but so few ever make it to the major leagues. But the dream does come true for a chosen few. Before he became a Yankee legend, Derek Jeter was a Columbus Clipper in AAA.
Jeter on the run, makes the play. Oh, what a play by Derek Jeter.
Paul Konerko was once an Albuquerque Duke before he was a World Series hero.
There's a swing, there's a drive, deep left field, on its way, a grand slam!
And before winning a batting title, slugger Todd Helton once played with the Colorado Springs Sky Sox.
Deep right field, going back into the bullpen, home run Todd Helton.
Before they were Major League stars, many put the finishing touches on their games in AAA. Tonight in Albuquerque, the best in AAA. We'll see future stars and others trying to make it back to the show. They are all-stars at the highest level of the minors. The 2007 AAA All Star Game is next. Welcome to Isotopes Park in beautiful Albuquerque, New Mexico. Tonight, it's the 2007 AAA All Star Game as the International League takes on the Pacific Coast League.
You can't see sludge coming, but it can rob gas mileage and hold your car back.
Yeah, right.
Castrol GTX has a powerful formula to stop sludge in its tracks.
Give me a burger, fries.
GTX's unique dispersants neutralize sludge for superior protection among leading 5W and 10W 30s.
And some extra napkins.
Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Golfbot.com is going to change history.
It's going to be big.
Bigger than the Big Mac.
They say it's going to be bigger than the Big Mac. Yeah, they're geniuses.
I heard it's supposed to be bigger than a Big Mac.
You should get in on that.
Bigger than the Big Mac.
It better be with all this hype.
Come on. Bigger than a Big Mac. At least, I mean, if not bigger.
Right, there we go.
Ooh. Not quite as big as the Big Mac, huh?
With 100% beef, nothing tops the Big Mac.
Looking for an excuse to buy a new Vizio? At only $448, you don't have to make excuses. Go to Vizio.com and see how Vizio is making HD TV a possibility for everyone.
Vizio.
Do you know your credit score? Do you know what's in your credit report? You can find out for free right now at freecreditreport.com.
Knowing my credit score helped me save money on my home loan.
Now we can monitor all 3 of our national credit reports every day.
It helps us save money and check for potential identity theft.
Just a few clicks, and I get my credit report and credit score free.
Log on now to freecreditreport.com.
Offer applies with enrollment triple advantage.
ESPN's presentation of the AAA All Star Game. Brought to you by the best place in the universe, New Mexico Earth. Visit www.newmexico.org. And the Bricktown Showdown, AAA Baseball's 2nd annual winner-take-all championship game.
It's a gorgeous night here in Albuquerque. Fans of all different teams are here to cheer on their favorites from Isotopes Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The 2007 AAA All Star Game, the International League, and the Pacific Coast League. Well, throughout the evening, we'll be flashing back to different AAA All Star games. And let's go back 12 years, 1995. Hey, who's that? That's Derek Jeter. And Jason Isringhausen on the mound. And early in the game, a extra base hit for Derek Jeter. He had 317 in AAA that year. And he played his first 15 Major League games as a 21-year-old. Now, some of the notable alumni, and this is just a very small sample, but some big names to look at going back to 1992 with Piazza and Pedro. You have Jim Thome from the 93 game. We just showed you Derek Jeter from 95. Todd Helton played for Colorado Springs in 1997. And yeah, after Japan, Alfonso Soriano made the AAA game. And of course, Chase Utley and Justin Morneau. A terrific ballpark here. Isotopes Park, which is only 5 years old. For those of you who watched baseball in Albuquerque prior to 2003, and that would include you, Eduardo, the old ballpark, which was Albuquerque Sports Stadium, sat on this very site. But about the only thing that still exists from the old ballpark just came into your screen, and that's the matrix board on the left-hand side of the 2 matrix boards. And look in center field. You got Towles Hill at Minute Maid, and look at that's got to be very unusual to play. They call it the Topes slope.
I wouldn't like to be running on that right now. The only other thing they couldn't change was the mountain in the background. They couldn't move that, but they did a fabulous job here in Albuquerque with this complex. It is absolutely beautiful, completely different than when I was here in 1993.
Beautiful ballpark, which if you know Albuquerque, just across the street, University of New Mexico has their football stadium, the basketball arena, the pit, which has a lot of history as well. And that's an interesting feature as well. You're looking in right field, the different terraced part of the berm seating, and there'll be a lot of folks out there tonight with the blankets enjoying this AAA All Star game. Well, the International League, the visiting team here tonight. They alternate years who host, and Brandon Watson, who we mentioned in our open with Columbus and the Washington Nationals organization, is the top of the order, followed by second baseman Matt Tolbert. There's a familiar name. Timo Perez is in left field. Mike Hessman having a big year with the power numbers in the cleanup spot. Brandon Moss is in right field. Shelley Duncan, and if that last name is familiar to you, it should be, with his older brother, actually younger brother in the big leagues, and dad, who's the pitching coach for Tony La Russa. Joey Votto at first base. Brian Bixler is the shortstop. And J.R. House will do the catching for the International League. Now the Pacific Coast League, their starting pitcher from the Tacoma Rainiers, originally in the Oakland organization, 29-year-old Justin Lear.
Justin sporting an ERA of 3.78, 7-1. They're real happy with what he has been able to do, as the Pacific Coast League is notorious. It's notoriously known as a hitter's league.
It can be rough on some ERA, so that 3.78 certainly very respectable for Lear, who did make his major league debut with his original organization, the A's, in 2004. He pitched in 27 games that year. He was traded to the Milwaukee Brewers after the 04 season, and he did pitch part of the 05 and 06 seasons in the major leagues with Milwaukee. Look at the Pacific Coast League defense behind him. Adam Jones in center field, Terry Evans and Alex Romero flank him, and on the left side of the infield, Scott Siebel, one of the hometown favorites here, playing with Albuquerque, Clint Varmus in Colorado Springs, and the Rockies, Eric Patterson, Craig Brazell on the right side, and Vinny Rottino will do the catching. The manager for the PCL, the hometown guy, Dean Traynor, who is in his third season as the Isotopes manager. He also served as pitching coach for the Dodger organization when they were here in Albuquerque in '99 and 2000, so he's got a lot of history here in this city. Dean Traynor is the manager for the Pacific Coast League team. And we are ready to go from Albuquerque. Brandon Watson will lead off the game.
Brandon told me right during batting practice, he said, first swing, I'm going to try to hit it over that right field wall. And I said, Brandon, come on now. Stick to your game.
No home runs on the year. That's just definitely not Brandon's game. It's been, what, a year and a half since he's hit one out of the ballpark.
It has. He let me know.
94 degrees at game time here at Albuquerque, and we are underway at Isotopes Park.
5:30 start. Start usually not to be had here in Albuquerque. They've usually start their games at 7:05 or 6:05, so we might see the shadows impeding a bit in the first couple innings.
Shadow from the main grandstand starting to cover up the home plate area, and soon the pitcher will be throwing into the shadow. And there's Watson chopping it towards shortstop. Clint Varmus of Colorado Springs on to first, and that's the way we begin tonight. Well, the Pacific Coast League, you get a variety of weather, especially early in the year, but you certainly get hot weather. 94 degrees, east wind at 10 miles per hour. Make note of that, because I don't know, by the fourth or fifth inning, it could be out of the west at 40 miles per hour, and it's partly cloudy, and there is a slight chance of rain, but we're looking good so far here in Albuquerque tonight. Matt Tolbert up.
We are indeed. I mean, the wind has a lot to do with this stadium. You can notice the stadium is very wide, as we showed earlier before. So we'll see later on how the wind goes as soon as the sun goes down.
The American and Canadian flags. After this year, the country of Canada will not be represented in AAA baseball after Ottawa moves to the Allentown, Pennsylvania area. One of the teams that moved from across the border is the one that's right here at Albuquerque now. The Calgary team, back in 2003, moved here to Albuquerque, New Mexico. 3 balls and a strike. Matt Tolbert, who did play in the Futures game on Sunday for the USA team, drafted out of the University of Mississippi's home state school. Fouls it off of his foot, and he runs to a full count.
I would say it's an unforgettable week 3 days for Matt, as he was in San Francisco a couple days ago in the Futures, and now he's here. Wow, must have been nice being in both.
A little cooler in San Francisco, though, for the Futures game. Don't have to worry about the sleeves here at Isotopes Park in Albuquerque tonight.
Well, you were 8 seconds.
Fouled back, and it stays at 3 balls, 2 strikes.
They've done a great job with this stadium. Looking around, the fans, the support that they've had is unbelievable. They keep creeping up as the game will go along, as it's a 5:30 start. But this stadium is a wonderful addition to Albuquerque.
Stays at 3 balls, 2 strikes on Matt Tolbert. 25-year-old who was heavy into football coming up in the state of Mississippi. He played at Centerville Academy as a football player, won a couple of state titles there. Ran track and field, and oh yes, baseball. And he is really making Justin Lear work here early in the first.
Yes, he is. It's typical for the Minnesota Twins to have players like these. These are pesky players that can put the ball in play and at the same time catch the ball when it comes to defense.
Here comes the 9th pitch of this at bat for Matt Tolbert. And he gets hit on what would have been ball 4.
He's going to feel that.
Got him right near the knee. And Tolbert is on with 1 out.
See, he takes a step right there. There's nowhere to go, and he's going to feel it right on the outer part of the shoe. So he's feeling it right there. There's no protection on that side whatsoever. That's all bone.
We got him in the right foot. He's on with 1 out. Here's Timo Perez for the Toledo Mud Hens of the Detroit Tigers organization. Timo, who's played in 2 World Series, so that's a resume that most individuals in this game do not have. Played with the Mets in 2000. Very close play at first base. And Tolbert, a guy who's really not known for his steals. He's only swiped 3 this year, getting out to his lead and just about got picked off.
Very quick. You saw him slide stepping right there. That's actually the correct way of doing it. If you take a foot over, he could have been caught in between. So nice play right there by Matt to get back just in the nick of time.
Timo, who also was with the White Sox in 2005, played in the World Series, played in one of the World Series games against the Astros. And last year was with the Cardinals in the big leagues for a while, but not with it when they happened to go on and win a World Series. 414 major league hits for Timo Perez.
Timo, as he told me earlier, I'm just 1 injury away from making it back to the big leagues, and he knows what his role is. He just has to keep pecking away to get back to where he feels is where he belongs.
The Dominican Republic really began his pro career in Japan. 2 seasons there, 96 to 99, before his Mets debut in 2000, and he hits that one to the alley in left center. Alex Romero picks it up on the warning track. Here comes Tolbert headed for the plate. Barmis's relay gets by. Even the pitcher backing up and over to third base. Throw there, not in time. And Timo Perez with an RBI double. He advances to third on an error, and it's 1-0 IL.
Well, Timo did a great job with this pitch as it was middle away. You see him right there, just stay within. He knows his role. If it's pitched away, hit it to where it's pitched. Big gaps here in Isotopes Park, and that would allow the runner. Usually you'll see runners from first score all the way home. Good play by Matt, not stopping, reading the coach's sign all the way to go home. That would be Stan Clyburn over there at third base.
They have charged the error to the catcher, Rotini, even though that throw bounced past home plate.
That would be a tough error.
It is a very difficult error. The relay was coming for Barmis, the shortstop. An error nonetheless. It's a double for Perez. And now Mike Hessman, the cleanup hitter from the Toledo Mud Hens in the Tigers organization. 26 home runs on the year. So putting up the big power numbers, which really is his game. He's hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
he's doing a pretty good job at that. He's got 26 in the IL, and another notable name that's not here is Rick Ankiel, has 26 in the PCL.
Ankiel now an outfielder in the Cardinals organization in AAA Memphis. Here misses down in the dirt. Well, Mike Hessman actually made the Atlanta Braves opening day roster in 2004. Now in his third season in the Detroit organization and trying to get another crack at the big leagues. And look at the numbers right now, leading the International League in homers and RBIs and slugging percentage. Top 5 in runs scored. Down in the dirt, blocked by Rotino.
Good block right there by Rotino. See him just sliding his footwork to his right, keeping it in front of him, not trying to catch it.
International League is broken out on top here in the top of the first inning from Albuquerque in this AAA All Star Game. Hessman sends it in the air to right field. Terry Evans retreating, and this ball will get out of the ballpark. Well, 26 so far for the Mud Hens, and he hits one in the All Star Game. And it's quickly 3-0 International League.
Wow, that is excellent power by Hessman right there. He went down to get that ball. Hit it to where they had told me earlier it's a tough place to hit the ball when the sun goes down. So he hit it just in time. Great extension. Goes down and away pitch. Uses his legs to go and get that ball. And just the sound of the bat, you can just tell, you can just know as soon as he hit it, he got pretty good wood on that ball.
Opposite field home run for Hessman. Now Brandon Moss, the right fielder. Still only one out here in the top of the first inning. Moss sends one the opposite way to left field, and this is going to be back-to-back home runs. Hessman and now Brandon Moss, who's hit 13 for Pawtucket, and it is 4-0 International League.
2 back-to-back opposite field bombs. You rarely see that. I mean, you can see them pulling it or one going one way and the other way. But this is just a pretty swing. That's why these guys are the prospects. You see them just down and away, goes and gets it, not tries to do too much with it. And the ball just carried. Great rotation on that.
We're definitely in the PCL, aren't we? The ball's flying out of here already. Back-to-back home runs. 4-0 International League.
There's just a lot of runs should be scored here with this ballpark, as the gaps are large. At the same time, the ball flies. Pitchers just have to try to get ahead of the hitters and get that ball on the ground.
Visit to the mound.
See the alleyways right there, just the large ball flying, not a good combination for a pitcher.
And already 4 runs across in the top of the first inning, and here's Shelley Duncan, the DH. Justin Lear, who really, even though despite pitching in the PCL, hasn't been victimized a bunch by the home run ball, 6, has served up back-to-back home runs.
Well, let's not forget also that in Tacoma, the ball really does not travel as much as it does here in Albuquerque. We are well over 5,000 feet in altitude here. In Tacoma, he's got a little advantage, yet 2 home runs in a third of an inning for an all-star is tough. And mind you that the hitters are hitting with the shadows right now.
And Tacoma is a lot closer to sea level than we are right now. And the ball is flying here in Albuquerque. And Shelley Duncan hits a towering pop fly left side that's going to get out of play, foul. David Shelley Duncan, his middle name Shelley, he goes by that, which comes from his maternal grandfather actually, and his dad Dave, the Cardinal pitching coach. His younger brother by a year is Chris, who plays in the big leagues with St. Louis. And now Shelley, who has power of his own. He has 21 home runs this year for Scranton Wilkes-Barre and the Yankees chain.
Something tells me Shelley isn't going to go the other way in this at-bat. He's pulled 2 back-to-back right there, a hanging curveball. And I know his eyes got really big as soon as he saw that one. Got some good wood, but it stayed foul. Oh, make that 3.
Well, Yankee fans have heard the name of Shelley Duncan for a while, but now with the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Yankees, this is the first year of that affiliation, as the Yankees were in Columbus for many, many years. In fact, there's been a lot of shuffling of the affiliations at the AAA level this year. That one in the dirt from Lear, who's nearing 30 pitches already here in the top of the first.
These games usually see pitchers go one inning or so to give everybody an opportunity to showcase their talents.
Fouled away by Duncan. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, Shelley's been able to hit the ball inside and pull it foul. Right there you saw a pitch up and away and a little bit late on it, but he had still good wood on it to hit it foul the other way.
And the count goes full. Duncan was originally a second-round pick of the Yankees in 2001. Out of the University of Arizona, where he set the Arizona career home run record. All 4 misses, and after getting the leadoff hitter Brandon Watson, the ground ball is short. The next 5 have reached, 4 have scored. And Joey Votto from the Louisville Bats, Cincinnati Reds, comes up for the International League.
Boy, are the Cincinnati Reds high on this kid right here. They know he can hit for power. He's a very smart base runner, can steal.
To first, Craig Brazell, and they turn the double play to get out of the inning. Now the 3-6-3 twin killing ends the frame, but it was the long ball. Mike Hessman with the 3-run shot, followed up by Brandon Moss's solo shot, and it's 4-0 IL early.
This will always be the land of opportunity. Fortunately, it comes with a bank. Bank of America. Bank.
You get tickets. Let me call you back. That was Murph. Guess he got tickets to that game tonight.
Yeah, you should definitely go.
Okay, so bye.
Bye-bye.
I won't be out too late.
Yeah, me too.
Only digital cable with on-demand offers unlimited access to hundreds of new releases, classic films, and free movies instantly. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
Looking for a change of scenery, the chance to see the country, and to meet new people? Northeast Technical Institute can give you the skills you need to earn your commercial driver's license, an important step for anyone interested in professional truck driving. At Northeast Technical Institute, you'll get the hands-on training that can start you down the road to a whole new life. Call Northeast Technical Institute right now at 1-800-447-1151. That's 1-800-447-1151.
RBI double by Perez, 2-run shot by Hessman, and a Moss solo homer, 4 in the top of the first for the International League. We go to the bottom of inning 1. And the lineup for the PCL has Eric Patterson at second base, leading off with Alex Romero in left. Adam Jones is in center. Valentino Pascucci, who plays for the hometown Albuquerque Isotopes, in the cleanup spot at DH. Craig Brazell at first. Another Isotope, Scott Siebel at third, with Terry Evans in right, Vinny Rottino catching, and Clint Barmas of the Rockies in Colorado Springs is at short. On the mound for the International League, Brian Bullington, who was the first overall selection of the Pirates, first round in 2002, out of Ball State.
You look at his numbers, 10-4 on the season in Indianapolis with a 4.04 ERA, holding hitters to a 2.53 average, 37 walks and 49 strikeouts. He's got to start working on getting those walks down.
Well, Bullington on the mound. Our former first-round picks include Bullington from the 2002 draft. You have Mark Johnson, other first-round picks. Dumatre, John Ford Griffin was a Yankee first-round pick. Derek Barton and Adam Jones all in this game tonight here in Albuquerque.
Seems like all of them have been signed by another organization, and now only one of them is still playing for its original organization. That would be Adam Jones.
Bullington on the mound. Ryan Bullington from Indianapolis, Indiana. His team has staked him to a 4-run lead, which I know he's happy with, but is he also thinking in the back of his mind, like, wow, ball's flying tonight?
Oh, he was looking and he was watching, because if you see in the first inning, Justin Lehrer made 2 good pitches down and away, and both hitters were able to hit it out of the yard opposite field. So you have to get your hats off to, you have to tip your hat to the other hitters.
Ryan Bullington made his major league debut against Cincinnati on September 18th of 2005, and he had some shoulder soreness right after that. There's strike 3 on Eric Patterson for the first out. That sore shoulder led to shoulder surgery, and he spent all of last season on the Pirates' major league disabled list. So he has over a year of major league time as a result of that. But coming back from the surgery, and has put up some pretty good numbers. We mentioned the #1 overall selection. The Pirates passed up B.J. Upton in that draft to take Bullington. Change up and curveball. The right-hander from Indiana.
Well, he has a very fluid motion. You see Alex Romero at the plate. Very fluid. Just it doesn't seem like his body's really into it, and then the ball just zips up there. It usually also takes more than a year after surgery to get back. So Brian is well on his way to returning to his original form.
Strike to Alex Romero.
Good breaking ball right there by Bullington. Snappy. That's the second one he throws for a strike. That's a good sign for him early on in the game.
Romero fouls it right side. Alex Romero, who's from Venezuela. Originally in the Twins organization. In fact, they signed him at age 16. The Diamondbacks claimed him off waivers earlier this year, so he's in his first year in the Diamondbacks organization, playing for the Tucson Sidewinders.
And already making the All Star game.
And a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Romero.
Only 23 years of age. Still has the world in front of him.
2-2 pitch. He chased one that was down and in, and that's back-to-back strikeouts for Bullington to begin the bottom of the first. Here's a look at the defense behind Bullington to begin this 2007 AAA All Star Game. You have Timo Perez in left, Watson's in center, and Lawson right. Mike Hessman at third, Brian Bixler at short. Votto's at first, and Tolbert at second, and J.R. House doing the catching for the IL. Well, here's Adam Jones, who we mentioned at the top of the broadcast. The Seattle Mariners organization, playing for the Tacoma team in the PCL.
Saw him before the game. The first thing he told me is, "I'm hitting third, Eddie. I'm hitting third." He's really excited about being here. Adam, a good kid. We spent some time last year in Seattle. He's got another player that people will be seeing a lot of, as he has just redefined himself this year and been able to do a lot on the field.
It's it towards left center field, and there's going to be the first PCL base hit, cut off by Watson. He's going to try for 2. Here comes the throw, and with a head-first slide, Jones is in safely with a 2-out double.
Great at bat by Jonesy right there. If you see, he took second with 2 outs. That is the correct play, and that's what I meant about him refining his skills. You see him take a swing, long strides, never breaks it down, smells 2, goes for it, slides head first. Good hustling play, making the outfield throwing to throw him out at second. No can do.
There's Valentino Pascucci playing for the hometown Albuquerque Isotopes.
Well, last year they were worried about Adam and his being mature enough to be playing at the big league level. He came into spring training this year a different man, was able to turn his immaturity into maturity.
Pascucci blasts one to left, and that one out of here. 4-2. The PCL on the board.
You hang him, and the veteran will hang him right there. Pascucci got to hang it, and the ball here flies. As I said, 6 runs already in the first inning combined between the IL and the PCL. Pascucci stayed with it. Remember, this guy did play in Japan. He took out that Marucci bat and threw out the head. Follow through was very nice. Line drive, hit it over the bullpen. 2 runs for the PCL.
Pascucci's hit 22 home runs this year for Albuquerque, and he now has 1 in the All Star game.
They told me before the game that the ball does fly out to left field very well, and the flags have picked up now that way, and they will continue. It will continue to pick up as soon as the sun goes down. Albuquerque is notorious for windy games.
Brazell went around. 4 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the leader in the minor leagues in home runs is Craig Brazell. He's hit 23 for Omaha, but he began the season at AA in Wichita, and he hit 7, so he has 30 combined home runs. He goes up after 1 and strikes out. 3 Ks in the inning for Bullington, but the 2-run home run by Valentino Pascucci. We're going to have a lot of runs tonight here in Albuquerque. It's 4-2 after just 1.
Hey, Iron Man.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering if you'd do the honor of listening to a game with me.
Sure.
I got my computer here. How cool is this, huh?
Do you mind if I listen also?
Yeah, actually, we do mind.
Just get
Marcus, please don't.
I wouldn't mind
Please
listening.
don't.
Hey,
Marcus?
I'm sorry, guys. Here, I gotta go.
Oh no.
No. I'll talk to you later.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of my dreams getting crushed.
I'm gonna go get us some drinks.
Okay.
2, please. This is for you.
Oh, no, he didn't. A vault will help you put Casanova in his place. Drop the hammer, Kevin! Kaboom! If the girl wants pearls, then give her some pearls! Vault drinks like a soda, kicks like an energy drink. Get to it!
Some guys like to relax in a leather recliner. But to others, there's nothing better than cardboard on concrete. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood.
Announcing an exciting breakthrough in automotive technology. Introducing Z-Net, only at AutoZone. Z-Net gives every AutoZoner the power to find you the right part faster, along with diagrams, photos, and complete instructions. So you'll get the job done right the first time, every time. Come in for a test drive today. Z-Net, available only when you get in the zone. AutoZone.
Here's a radically simple suggestion from eLoan. If you're not getting the interest rate you deserve from your savings account, just go to eLoan.com for information on our high-yield, no-fee savings account. That's eLoan.com. eLoan. Radically simple.
Heading into the top of the second, IL4, PCL2, and Valentino Pascucci with a line drive, 2-run home run just moments ago. And Val joins us down on the field. Tell me about the pitch you got, because you hit the heck out of it.
He left the breaking ball up. I couldn't tell if it was the slider or the curveball. I knew he had a good one, but he left one up in the zone for me, and just took a good swing, put that barrel on it, and he got up in the air and got out of here.
Valentino, tell me how it feels to hit a homer here in your home ballpark today.
It was great. We got a nice ovation walking up to the plate, and it's just anytime you do something in front of your hometown fans, it's about as good as it gets.
How is it playing here at this as your home ballpark?
It's great. The fans have been great all year long. They've been out and supporting us, and it's a great ballpark. It's nice. It's one of the newer ones in the league, and I have a great time playing here. Have great support so far, and hope to see it throughout the rest of the year.
Obviously, you hit the breaking ball very well, but how are the shadows right now?
The shadows are tough. That's one thing that almost every player that comes in here talks about, especially this time of day and getting in about 7 o'clock, 7:30. it just makes it tough to see anything spinning. It's real hard to pick up the spin. You can hang in there with the fastballs, track the straight one, but the curveball stuff, it's tough. We got a lot of strikeouts in our first at-bats here.
Valentino, thanks very much. Congrats on the home run.
All right, thanks a lot.
Valentino Pascucci for the Albuquerque Isotopes. His 2-run home run has made it a 2-run game. 4-2 International League now here in the top of the second inning. Jack Castle has taken over on the mound, and for a moment in the glove of Barmes. And it came out and allowing the leadoff man to reach. What's the new pitcher, Jack Castle, from the Portland Beavers, the PCL, San Diego Padres.
Got 19 appearances this season, 7-8, ERA of 3.73. But mind you, we are in Albuquerque, so you never know how that's going to turn out. 27 walks and 75 strikeouts.
Brian Bixler is on. That is a base hit, by the way, for Bixler off the glove of Clint Barmes. And here's J.R. House, catcher for the Norfolk Tides, Baltimore Orioles chain. J.R., who's had an interesting pro career. Runner is going. Bixler on the move, throw to second base, gets by and into center field. Adam Jones there to back up, and Bixler with a steal. Speaking of J.R. House, he was with the Pirates, then went to school at West Virginia, played a few games at quarterback for the Mountaineers, and has now come back to professional baseball. In fact, played a little bit in the big leagues with the Astros a year ago.
That has to be tough, going from a quarterback to behind the plate, being able to be productive in both. I mean, that's two completely different skills.
House played quarterback in 2 games for West Virginia, had 2 passes completed for 38 yards in his brief collegiate quarterbacking career. He fans here for the first out at the top of the second.
No coincidence that as soon as the shadows have come towards the pitcher, 4 strikeouts have been recorded since.
It's Brandon Watson, who led off the game with a ground out to short. Ironic that the guy who had a 43-game hitting streak earlier in the year was one of the few that didn't have a hit in the first, and he changes that here in the second, slapping it past Siebel into the left field corner. It'll score Bixler, and a double for Brandon Watson, and it's 5-2 International League.
Brandon stayed inside that ball very well, kept keeping it fair, and that's what he does. He does line drives. That's his gig. He does not try to get the ball up in the air. Line drives, ground balls. That's what his game's all about, and you see him keeping it fair right there. His parents are here. His brother's here. He knows he wanted to get something in for them to come all the way to Albuquerque, and he's really excited to be here.
Brandon also wanted to pass along happy birthday. Grandma Judy turned 70 years old just a couple of days ago.
Grandma Judy.
And he gives her an RBI extra base hit here as a present, make it a 5-2 game. Now Matt Tolbert, second baseman for the Rochester Red Wings, Minnesota Twins organization.
I think the International Leaguers are really enjoying this Pacific Coast League ballpark.
The hitters are anyway. That's back towards the mound. Castle on to first. Over to third goes Watson. Along with Eduardo Perez, I'm Mark Neely. It's an interesting contrast, the 2 leagues here, because the PCL obviously is a hitter's league.
Oh, it is, and numbers are usually escalated in the PCL. And it's a contrast. As a player, you have a decision. Do I want to play in the International League, or do I want to play in the Pacific Coast League? Sometimes it comes to haunt you in the PCL, because you could hit 320, 330, but then they'll hold the ballpark against you. When you hit in the International League, that 280,
it'll get you noticed even more, perhaps.
Exactly.
Interesting difference between the 2 leagues. Timo Perez, an RBI double and a run scored in the first inning, up 2 down. You're at the top of the first inning. In the air left side, and it's going to get blown out of play.
Keyword blown out of play, as this ballpark is notoriously known for its wind. It's beautiful scenery here, and finally the shadows have taken over a bit as getting some clouds in, so it'll be a little bit easier for the hitters. Mind you, their 7 runs have already been scored in an inning and a half.
Old foul by Perez off Jack Castle. Second pitcher for the PCL. Jack, whose brother Matt played quarterback at USC and now is Tom Brady's backup with the New England Patriots. Jack has a brother Justin that also plays pro baseball in the White Sox organization. Castle, who was taken in the 25th round by the Padres in 2000. He's an LA guy, lives in Northridge. And being Tom Brady's backup, I guess, is not a bad job. You don't get to play a whole lot, but
you get to learn a lot.
You do, absolutely. To the right side, and Eric Patterson. But the International League tacks on a run. We played just an inning and a half here in Albuquerque, and it's 5-2 IL.
The FIFA Under-20 World Cup Round of 16, 4:30 Thursday on ESPNU.
What if all those abandoned coins banded together? Think how they would add up. With Keep the Change, every purchase you make with your Bank of America Visa check card is rounded up to the next dollar. And all that glorious change is transferred from your checking to your savings. So if you wish you could save more money, now's your opportunity. Bank of America.
We believe in going our own way, no matter which way the rest of the world is going. We don't believe it should take a lifetime of working for the man to ride with us. Low monthly payments available through July 31st. Starting MSRP for 2007 models is $6,595.
8 seconds left in my college career. 7 reasons not to throw. 6 months of play come to this. 5 defenders to beat, 4 points to win, 3 to tie. 2 titles to defend, 1 yard to shatter Vince's miracle. NCAA football 08, rated E for everyone. EA Sports, it's in the game.
Even a young Mets fan needs sunglasses as his team's in first place at the break. The Isotopes, the Albuquerque Isotopes. Where in the world did they get that name? Well, believe it or not, Homer Simpson plays a part in this. Those of you who know The Simpsons know that there was a particular episode where Homer went on a hunger strike because the Springfield Isotopes were threatening to move to Albuquerque. Now, that episode coincided with the Name the Team promotion going on here in Albuquerque. And would you know it, Isotopes won as the new team name. Now, when they were the AAA, the Dodgers for many years, they were the Albuquerque Dukes. Dukes was one of the options, but it was Isotopes that won, and it was in no small part to Homer Simpson.
And that's the difference here in the minor leagues and AAA, where fans are part of something special. And to have the fans be able to name the team, I think they really feel they've taken a lot of love into this Isotope name, because the Duke name was here for many years.
Well, their hometown player, Scott Siebel, at the plate now. Now, there is a remote connection. You know, Isotopes, nuclear science, Los Alamos is about an hour north of here, but you're kind of stretching there. It's really the Simpsons and that episode that helped bring the name of the team. And, of course, you know what an isotope is. There's a bouncy ball to short. Bixler on to first for the putout. Now you're going to force me to define what an isotope is here, and it's going to be very difficult. All I know is this. It involves protons and neutrons and atomic matter. Now, that's all I'm going to say. Folks are going to have to go to the Webster's Dictionary and look up the rest of it, because it's way too complex for people like us who work in baseball.
I don't think Mrs. Gonzalez, my biology teacher, will be too happy with me on that one, because you're going protons and neutrons on me. So,
well, Isotopes is a bit unusual. What's kind of the weirdest team name that maybe you played for in the minors or Forever?
Still haven't defined what it is.
Well, I haven't said what the isotope is?
No, it definitely is. It's creative. And when something around The Simpsons is, when Homer's involved, you know it's going to be very creative.
All right, I'm going to give you the definition here. An isotope is any of the several different forms of an element, each having different atomic mass. And yes, I'm reading this, by the way. Isotopes of an element have nuclei with the same number of protons, but different numbers of neutrons.
So what is it?
I don't know. It's a Simpson episode. That's what it is. Everything I just read of that scientific jargon doesn't have anything to do with it. Terry Evans at the plate. The Salt Lake Bees and the Angels organization. Terry's a guy who had a breakout year in the Cardinal organization last year, and then when it was going on, they traded him to the Angels for Jeff Weaver. And it worked out well for St. Louis as Jeff Weaver had a very nice postseason. Now, of course, has moved on to Seattle. But the cost was Terry Evans. An off-speed pitch gets Evans swinging. And that's 4 strikeouts for Brian Bullington.
Good job by Bullington, just changing speeds. Made one big mistake, and that was to Valentino Pascucci, hanging him a breaking ball. But besides that, he's been very solid on the mound.
Mr. Baseball in Indiana in 1998-99. Brian Bullington went to high school in Madison, Indiana. The Royals drafted him in the 39th round in '99. Tried to get him to play pro ball then, but he didn't sign. He went to Ball State, and the connection there is really with his father. His dad, Larry, is the 3rd all-time scoring leader in Ball State basketball history. So that was his connection, and the fact that it's an in-state school. Muncie, Indiana. And it certainly didn't hurt him, because after being drafted in the 39th round out of high school, he was the very first overall selection in 2002. Vinny Rotino with 3-ball, 1-strike count.
A lot of the organizations, what they look for in young pitching is what attitude do the pitchers have on the mound? How is their body language? Right now, Brian Bullington's body language is very good. You can tell he goes to the mound. He really doesn't leave the sand area, the dirt area. Stays there, gets the ball, goes right back to it. Doesn't show too much emotion. That's what you want to see out of a pitcher.
Mound poise.
Exactly.
Here's Clint Barbas, shortstop for the PCL, Colorado Springs Sky Sox, who in 2005 appeared on his way to the NL Rookie of the Year award. He hits one to the warning track in left field. That's caught by Timo Perez. Pretty good work here by Brian Bullington of the International League. His team's up by 3.
You're witnessing part of the training program for Citgo employees. It's called Life, where we depend on little things like buttons and paper clips, and on incredible people like firefighters and teachers. Like you, the people of Citgo know how important it is to be dependable, because for generations we've delivered a steady supply of oil that's helped fuel this extraordinary thing we call life. Citgo, there at every turn.
What's this?
Oh, yeah, that's mine. It's this amazing mountain retreat in New Mexico that Rich took me to last week.
Does look amazing.
Yeah, it's totally amazing.
Didn't you call in sick last week?
Do you really have to go there, Derry?
I'm just saying.
I'm saying you should maybe get a life.
Good, maybe I will.
Get some friends. Get out there.
I will.
Seriously.
The word is out. New Mexico may just be the best place.
Not in the abdomen, Cameron. Hi!
This is Matthews. I'm Steve, your Progressive Claims rep.
All right.
I inspected the damage on your car, and you're all set.
Oh, thanks so much for coming by. My insurance agent recommended Progressive because you do this kind of stuff for free. I have 4 boys, so the smallest errands is...
No problem.
You know, okay, thanks so much. Bye. Who wants to be quiet?
With Progressive, saving hundreds is just the beginning. Contact a local independent agent to switch today.
How's your period?
Sharp, intense pain. Don't ask. I'm wiped out.
Get new Pamprin Max with maximum strength menstrual relief for cramps, aches, and fatigue. Your most intense symptoms deserve the most intense relief. New Pamprin Max.
They're dry, rough, cracked. Give them Lush Therapeutic Gold Bond Foot Cream. 7 moisturizers and vitamins penetrate the deepest layers of skin, going where ordinary lotions can't. For softer, healthier feet, Gold Bond Foot Cream works as hard as your feet.
Going into the top of the third inning, 5-2, the International League leading. They picked up some nice pitching from Brian Bullington of the Indianapolis Indians and the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. Brian, what were you thinking when you took the mound at the bottom of the first? Your team had scored 4, but you also saw the ball flying all over the place.
Yeah, you look at those flagpoles, and you definitely want to try to keep the ball down as much as possible today. But no, it's fun. Just want to go out there and try to throw some strikes.
Brian, how is it to pitch to hitters that you had never faced before? How comfortable is that?
Just talking to some of the guys who have played against some guys in this league, but you know, I'm still going to try to just stick to my game plan and keep the ball down and away and mix in some breaking stuff. So in a game like this, you know, you're just going to try to go out and compete with your best stuff.
Brian, your shoulder surgery was in October of 2005. Are you 100% back, or how close are you?
I'm pretty close. You know, most of the time it's feeling pretty good. You know, I had a little setback a few weeks back, but I feel like I'm getting over the hump and hopefully finish strong here in the second half.
Finally, what are the Pirates telling you? Is there a possibility that you could be back up there soon?
I really don't know. You know, I'm just trying to do as well as I can down in Indianapolis and make every start every 5th day and continue to just go out and give our team the best chance to win.
Nice work tonight. Thanks for the visit.
Thank you very much.
Brian Bullington, Pirates of the Indianapolis Indians.
Sounded like a true politician on that last one.
Absolutely.
The Pirates have good young pitching up there right now, so to have him added to it would be an extra bonus.
Cleanup hitter Mike Hessman at a 2-run home run opposite field shot to right center in the first inning. He fouls one off the mask of the catcher Rotino. 26 homers so far this year for the Toledo Mud Hens. Power's never really been an issue. He's had plenty of it, Hessman. The strikeout totals have tallied up at times. He's a guy that has consistently put the ball over the fence. Look out. They got him. And Hessman is hit by a pitch to begin the top of the third.
Well, I think after the first at-bat where Cobra saw that Hessman extended his arms, hit it way over the right field wall. He doesn't want his hands to get extended. No chance. So he just missed inside, and that's why these players here at AAA are starting to learn. They're learning how to pitch inside. It's a lost art in the game, and it's something that must be done in order to be successful in the major league level.
Brandon Moss at the plate now, but in his first at bat in the first inning, he went opposite field to left center over into the bullpen. It was back-to-back home runs, Hessman and Moss, and a 4-run first for the International League. Moss takes high from Jack Castle, who's in his second inning of work on the mound. The Pawtucket Red Sox, Brandon Moss, who was the Eastern League playoff most valuable player last year for Portland. The Sea Dogs, they won the Eastern League. Moss helped lead the way, hitting .361 in the playoffs. He also won an MVP award in 2004, MVP of the South Atlantic League. The Red Sox named him their minor league player of the year that season when he hit .353. Gets under one a bit to right center field. Adam Jones with the catch for out number 1. Great to have you with us tonight for the 2007 AAA All Star Game from Isotopes Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Mark Neely along with Eduardo Perez. A lot of scoring early. 4 in the first for the IL. PCL scored 2 in the bottom half. And now, at least for a brief time here, the pitchers starting to make their mark. But of the 7 hits allowed, 6 of them have gone for extra bases tonight.
Yes, they are. Castle here he's moving the ball around the plate. Not only is he throwing up, in, away, he's changing the eyesight of the hitter. Something that Woody Williams, when I played with him in St. Louis, told me that's what he does in order to be successful. He's changing speeds, doing what he has to do in order to get these big hitters out in this hitter's ballpark.
Duncan walked in the first inning. Big numbers so far this year, already 70 runs batted in. Foul at the third base side.
Anything to stay alive. Good job right there by Shelley. It's 2 strikes. You want to make sure that umpire is not the one that makes the decision for you. You want to be able to at least put some bat on that ball.
Shelley Duncan is 27 years old, a year older than his brother Chris, who plays with the Cardinals.
I know Chris has to be watching right now, seeing what his brother's doing, and tight-knit family. Dave Duncan, pitching coach for St. Louis Cardinals, class act.
Dave was in San Francisco last night on Tony La Russa's staff in the National League. 0-2 pitch. Got a little piece of it, or did he? Or he strikes out. 2 down in the innings. Well, the National League tried to come back last night in the 9th inning. It fell a run short. You played at St. Louis. You played for Tony La Russa. You played with Albert Pujols. It's been a bit of a stink that Albert didn't get in the game. What was your take on that?
That's the latest story on the whole thing. To be honest with you, I really didn't think that much of it. It's been made a lot of story of that, but Albert's a professional, and Albert knows and understands Tony. I mean, it's been a long first half season for the St. Louis Cardinals, and Albert's been there day in and day out. And I know he had a long day the day before with the home run derby. Tony's probably protecting his player. He realizes that, yes, Albert has played many positions in the past, so he was the only alternative there. Also, the guys that people wanted to see hit for, those guys are all-stars also, and that's another thing. Tony understood that. He knows that Aaron Rowan, Orlando Hudson, those guys are premier players for their organization. They would never get hit for during the regular season, and we will see Albert Pujols in many more All-Star games, so I really don't think that much of it. I think Albert handled it with class, like he always handles everything.
And it's one of those things, if Aaron Rowan happens to find a gap and the NL wins, people don't say a whole lot about it.
People don't say a whole lot about it, and if he ties it up and then Albert comes back and wins one, maybe with a home run a la Tony Perez in 1967, which didn't get in until the 14th inning against Catfish, then Albert's the MVP. So many ways to look at it. Hindsight is 20/20.
Joey Votto strikes out. A couple of Ks in the inning for Jack Castle. When we come back, Tommy Lasorda will join us here in Albuquerque.
Attention men with thinning hair. The pictures you're seeing are of men who have used powerful one-application Proceed, the once every 90 days product for men with thinning hair. Now ordered by over 50,000 men, Proceed has been sold at the prestigious and exclusive Giuseppe Franco's of Beverly Hills.
I'm not putting my name on the line for something that doesn't work.
This is real, folks. It works.
Stop everything you're doing and get this product in your hands right away.
Stop the daily routine and get started with powerful one-application Proceed.
And it's risk-free, so you got nothing to lose by trying it.
Proceed's been selling at Giuseppe Franco's for $450. But call now and you can try Proceed for 90 days absolutely risk-free. Plus receive a free shampoo and conditioner as your gift for trying. We couldn't say it if it wasn't true. Proceed can begin to work after your very first application. Proceed, we're the one. Just one application every 90 days. Operators are standing by, so call now for your risk-free trial.
We're about to release the Brute Force 750 and 650 4x4i, but before we do, we'd like to run them past the guys here at corporate. I think that's a thumbs up from corporate.
She played golf in college, and our first date we went to the driving range. She was making me look bad, so then we went to the batting cages. And then later that night we were playing pool, and then actually flew in town for a football game. I guess late night dates, we could go up and play basketball at like 11 o'clock and go shoot some hoops. And We've done lots of sporting events together, and there is hope. There is hope.
Experience for yourself the magic and joy of true compatibility. eHarmony.com. Log on today.
A look from the right field berm here at Isotopes Park. A lot of folks out with the blankets tonight. We go to the bottom of the third inning of the 2007 AAA All Star Game. Tommy Lasorda joining us. He managed here in 1972. That was an interesting color. He went to Hawaii, right? Remember the Hawaii Islanders were in? Tommy, I'll let you chime in. Did you guys go to Hawaii just once?
Oh, no, we went more than once, yeah.
That had to be a fun trip, though, for everybody back then.
Our guys enjoyed it. The beaches were there and everything. It was great to go in there.
Hey, how important was it for you, what you, and in particular your team, accomplished when you were here in Albuquerque?
Well, what happened, it was the first year, 1972, that Albuquerque became a AAA affiliate. So they made me the manager because I had managed Spokane for 3 years, AAA. And managed the ball club here, and we had an outstanding team, and we won everything. We just won. We won our division, and Eugene won their division. They had Boone and Boa and Schmidt and all those guys, and we had such an outstanding ball club. Every guy on that team practically went to the big leagues.
Mm-hmm. And I know you know this guy for a long time.
I knew him when he was a little boy. I tell you, his mother did a great job on raising him and his brother.
Oh, she's watching now, too. Go ahead, keep talking.
Good.
Alex Romero up.
Hey, he comes from good stock. You know, not just, his father's not just a great ball player. His father's a great person, and his mother's a wonderful person. So, you know when the leaf falls close to the tree.
Fouled out of play left side by Romero. Chris Booker is into the game now on the mound from the Columbus Clippers.
I met his father at the hotel last night. We chatted for a while.
Out of the Nationals organization.
You got Chris Booker, fastball split, 23 saves this season. 25 walks and 52 strikeouts. See him just going 1 inning in this game.
3-1 pitch. That's hit
How
fair.
about that ball?
Into the left field corner, and Romero headed for second. Perez now having to chase the ball.
They always slow up at second base. He had a chance to go there.
You're right. They do slow down, but the admiring part is these guys go the other way. Something you don't see often at lower levels.
Prior to the game tonight, there you are, Tommy, with the first pitch. Shoulder issues?
Oh, my shoulder's killing me.
And close. But great to be back in Albuquerque.
It is. I really enjoyed this season that we were here. It was great. We won everything. The people were very, very happy and proud.
And you are the first inductee now into the Albuquerque Hall of Fame here.
That's right. That's right. They put me in today, and it's another honor for me. And I'm so appreciative that they would think of me to do that.
Rightfully so, Tommy. You've done so much, not only here in Albuquerque, but at the big league level. You're an ambassador to the game. I mean, I see you everywhere. I was playing in Japan, and I saw you out there in Osaka.
That's right.
You're just...
Well, I try to represent our game to the best of my ability, and no matter where I go, I want to represent Major League Baseball.
House doesn't know where the ball is. It's back to the screen, and for a moment, Romero had ideas of coming towards the plate.
Well, that's a split finger that Booker throws there. J.R. Howe's probably never caught him before. You see he has a tight grip on this pitch. Ball just dives down with the shadows. It's tough for J.R. Howe to make a play. He didn't even know it was going to hit the dirt in front. If not, I am sure that he would have put his body in front of that ball.
Oh, that ball sunk.
No, it dove down. Surprised Adam Jones was able to recognize it.
Now that's a wave and a miss. The ball gets away, and Romero.
Safe.
The call goes the other way. Out is the call. Romero. Tommy, you want to go down and argue that?
I thought he was. I had to hold him back.
I thought he had his foot in there.
Well, that's a good job still by Booker to hustle to that situation. The ball wasn't in the dirt. It was a swing and miss, the whiff, but he was there just in time. He got him, Tommy.
No, but he didn't tag him. When he first laid the glove down, that's when he tagged him.
You see that left foot by Romero just pop up. I don't even know if he got the foot on the...
He's got his foot on the base.
Well, the umpire said he was out, Tommy. If not, you let me know, and I'll get you down there quick.
Those umpires never make mistakes. You know that, Eduardo.
Well, Jones, who reaches on the wild pitch, now heading for second, and House can't hang on to the baseball.
And I noticed on that play, Jones immediately, as soon as he swung and missed, hustled the first. And on the first pitch, something that the Seattle Mariners wanted to work on with only 5 stolen bases this year in 11 attempts. Jones takes off, steals second. Pedro Grifol, I think your boy is getting better on the pads.
Valentino Pascucci at the plate. He hit a line drive home run out to left his first time up. He's quickly behind 0-2. Well, Tommy, you mentioned Tony Perez. You guys, the Dodgers and Reds, had great rivalries, but it sounds like there was a huge amount of respect while it was going on.
Oh, absolutely. The big red machine. I had to do everything I could to get our team to dismantle that machine. By golly, we did. I took over. When I took over in 1977, the Reds had beaten us, I think, by about 15 games. And in 76, they beat us about 20 games. And then I took over. They were coming off back-to-back world champions. So we had to do something to get our players mad at it.
You're a smart man. You came in right after the 75-76 season. I know as a kid, I really wasn't too much of a fan of the Dodgers because I was bred red. And you were all Dodger blues. So it's good to see my old man there. We see him on camera.
Don't call him your old man. Say my father.
I call him mi papa. Spanish, papa.
That's good.
He's a great man, not only on the baseball field, but off the field.
He's right. He is class. You know what I did see with my team? I said, I don't want anybody coming in this clubhouse with anything red on. I hate the Reds. I hate the color red. And I don't want to see anybody on this team ever wearing anything red. And by golly, we got him. We got him. We got him good.
Nobody ever violated your rule, I assume.
No way.
That's why you bleed blue.
My wife had just recently bought a red raincoat. She hadn't worn it in so many years. I said, I don't even want to see you in that red thing.
3-2 count on Pascucci here with 2 outs. Third inning from Albuquerque in the 2007 AAA All Star Game. Pascucci gets under one this time. Brandon Watson comes in and makes the catch to retire the side. But Tommy, it's great having you here. Congratulations, Albuquerque.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Eduardo, siempre yo está contento cuando yo miro a ti.
Te quiero mucho.
Gracias. Saluda a tu mamá, tu papá están con nosotros. Después luego nosotros vamos a comer pasta.
Oh.
And we are bilingual tonight here in Albuquerque, where the IL has a 5-2 lead over the Pacific Coast League.
Nestled in the foothills north of Albuquerque, Sandio Resort and Casino offers a true getaway experience. Guests enjoy spectacular views from the luxurious hotel, the challenge of its 18-hole golf course, the tranquility of the Green Reed full-service spa, and the elegance of fine dining in a setting that is like no other. Sandio Resort and Casino, close to home, far from ordinary.
Oh, just remembered our last car payment is due. You know when I make this payment, something's gonna go wrong with the car.
Ah, don't be silly.
There, it's done.
Now, with Citi Mobile, Citibank puts banking in the palm of your hand. Come to Citi and let's get it done.
I changed my oil. Why worry about engine sludge?
You can't see sludge coming, but it can rob gas mileage and hold your car back.
Yeah, right.
Castrol GTX has a powerful formula to stop sludge in its tracks.
Give me a burger, fries.
GTX's unique dispersants neutralize sludge for superior protection among leading 5W and 10W30s.
And some extra napkins.
Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
They're here from all over the Southwest enjoying baseball, the AAA All Star Game. Kids of all ages here at Isotopes Park. They get a little rambunctious at times. 5-2 International League leading the PCL. We go to the top of the 4th inning.
Those kids are smart. They're getting those autographs before they get to the big league level. These guys are the superstars and stars of tomorrow.
Dan Geis out of the Giants organization with the Fresno Grizzlies, the new pitcher into the game for the PCL.
Look at these numbers. 28 games, 3-0. Look at the walk to strikeout ratio. 49 strikeouts to 5 walks in 49 1/3 inning. That will be an equivalent of a 2.74 ERA. You don't walk them, they don't score.
1 ball, 1 strike. For those of us who don't really speak Spanish, what did Tommy say to you, for those of you watching at home who don't know Espanol?
Well, he told me I kept getting better looking. No, he told me let's go eat pasta after the game. And Tommy and pasta are very synonymous.
How do you get Tommy to go eat some kind of Mexican or Latino food? That's the key.
He's going to find his Italian restaurant.
Yeah, that's the
And I got a feeling he knows where they are here in Albuquerque with the history he has here.
There's not a city in North America he doesn't know where all the good Italian restaurants are. Well, Tommy Lasorda, just the first of our guests here in the booth. Steve Garvey will be joining us a little bit later on. We're also going to hear from Eduardo's dad, Tony.
Don't call him the old man.
Now, yeah, we learned that. Here's Bixler grounding it to third. In the dirt, and that bounces away. And the leadoff hitter is on. That's going to be an error. Hey, Sunday Night Baseball this week comes to you from Philadelphia's Ryan Howard, and the Phillies host Albert Pujols and the Cardinals. A special start time this weekend, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific, as the 2007 ESPY Awards will follow the game. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell on ESPN and ESPN HD.
One thing you're going to get out of Gissy is he's going to be over the plate with these shadows, definitely to his advantage. He keeps the ball down, as we just saw on that first pitch, makes the hitters put it in play and have his defense work for him. Hessman threw the first one in the dirt. Could not be picked at first.
J.R. House takes a strike at the knees, and it's 1-1. Pitchers starting to have an effect here. A lot of scoring early. In fact, 6 combined runs in the first alone. 4 from the International League and 2 from the PCL. And the long ball was the preferred method of scoring in that initial inning. And that bounces away. Brazell able to recover.
I wouldn't be surprised if also the shadows are affecting Brazell at first base. Saw Sebo in the first throw one in the dirt. Could not pick it or put a mitt on it, and there you see the shadows just creeping along.
1-1 from Geisen instead of throw to first. Bixler on to begin the 4th for the International League. House was a strikeout victim his first time up. It's off the outside edge, 2 balls and a strike.
He pecks away at the corners right there, maybe a foot outside, trying to get the hitter to open up the zone, trying to get that ground ball. Geisy, 30-year-old, been around for a while.
Now 3-1 on J.R. House.
Think about it. Think about it. 5 walks, 49 1/3 innings. It's got a 3-1 count right here. What do you think's coming?
Here's the fastball strike, and no throw down to second. Bixler picks up his 2nd stolen base this AAA All Star Game.
Painted on the outside corner with a strike. He's a strike-throwing machine. This is a lot of teams look for middle relievers that can throw strikes. This would be a nice little pickup. He can always find a home somewhere.
Back towards the mound. Geis took a look at second to make sure Bixler wasn't going anywhere, and on to first to get House for the first out of the inning. Dan Geis, 30 years old, native of California, born in Anaheim, lives in Oceanside. Originally, the Red Sox took him in the 34th round in 1999 out of the University of San Diego, not to be confused with San Diego State, but the University of San Diego. And Geis is in his 9th professional season. Red Sox, Padres, Phillies, and now the Giants. He's pitched in all those organizations. He catches that liner. And again gave a look back to second, but Bixler returns without a throw. He's defending his position well.
Defending it very well. Reminded me right there of Greg Maddux. Plays the position well. You see he doesn't overthrow. He's right in position, sticks the glove out, helping himself out defensively. That could have been an RBI single right there. Would have scored a run. Getting that pesky line drive hitter of Brandon Watson.
And Tolbert, second baseman, has been hit by a pitch and scored a run in that 4-run first for the International League. Bounced back to the mound his last time up. He's 0 for 1. Strike call on the breaking ball.
Throws a breaking ball over for a strike. Has a fastball, a two-seamer in his arsenal. You gotta like pitchers when they're always over the plate. Defense always works for you.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And Tolbert played in the Futures game on Sunday for Team USA. .313 average this year for Tolbert playing for Rochester. It's that up the middle and into center field. Here comes Bixler. He's headed home. Jones, the throw to the plate. And down to second goes Tolbert. So the International adds to the lead and makes it 6-2 on an RBI base hit by Matt Tolbert.
Good at bat by Tolbert. Staying with it with 2 strikes, hitting it over the shortstop's head. But Adam Jones in center field as we see the swing. Nice piece of hitting. Adam Jones bobbles the ball in center. Again, we repeat the swing. He should have just ate it as soon as he bobbled it. Instead, he tried to show off his arm, which that's what All-Star games are for. But got to hit the cutoff man.
And allowed Tolbert to go to second, and Bixler scores what is going to be an unearned run for the International League. Tolbert at second with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning from Albuquerque.
One thing you can't do in Isotope Park is give away outs. This ballpark,
very unforgiving.
Very unforgiving.
2-0 count on Timo Perez. Timo's RBI double in the first, the game's first run, and he just guides that through the middle and into center field. And here comes Tolbert. No throw this time from Jones, and it's 7-2 International League.
Timo hit that off the end of the bat. It had some wicked spin on it. Was able to get it through the infield. We see Timo's swing. Was out in front a bit on that 2-0 pitch, but hit it right down the middle, like he would say, a la Nelson Manuel. That's what he says right there on the spin. And says, must have learned that swing out in Japan at the Hiroshima Carp Baseball Academy in the Dominican Republic.
Second RBI of the game for Timo Perez. And Mike Hessman, who had a 2-run homer in the first. Big cut there, strike 1.
Big cut Hessman. You don't want him to get his arms extended. You see how strong he is right there. 263 with 26 homers in the season. In the major leagues, you see a lot of advanced scouting. In the minor leagues, you don't see it. Right here, we see in the first inning, pitcher missed the location, which is key. Catcher wanted it inside, threw it away, and that's what you do with mistake pitches. Hit them hard.
And he pops this one up foul and out of play. 6'5" Mike Hessman, who the Braves took in the 15th round in '96. His big league debut came with Atlanta in 2003. He made the opening day roster for the Braves in '04, played in 29 games that year. Runner going, there goes Perez. Rottino's throw, the tag, got him. The tag put on by Eric Patterson, and Timo Perez caught stealing to end the top of the 4th. But the International League does pick up a couple of runs. Perez gunned down by Rottino, and we'll head to the bottom of the 4th here in Albuquerque. It's 7-2 IL.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. One without application or closing fees. Without private mortgage insurance. And guarantees that you'll close on time and get the best deal. Introducing the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America. Bank of Opportunity.
What can you do when you have a rich, unique blend of culture, cuisine, and climate all in one amazing place? You can do it all.
To plan your trip to Albuquerque, visit itsatrip.org.
Hey, these guys joined my team and lost weight.
Mike Golick, 51 pounds.
Scott Conover, 100 pounds.
Hey, Marino, I lost 32 pounds.
Get real results with Nutrisystem for men.
You know, my wife told me I'm not as disgusting to her as I used to be.
Call or go online now to get your first 4 weeks of awesome food. And through this special offer, you can get an extra 2 weeks of meals free.
Burgers, pizzas, lasagna, pot roast.
Eat like a man, still lose weight.
Our secret is the breakthrough science of the glycemic advantage that separates good carbs from bad. Now carbs are no longer off limits.
Nutrisystem worked for me. Trust me, it'll work for you.
About $11 a day gets you 4 full weeks of rib-sticking meals.
Pick up the phone and lose weight.
Order our 4-week men's program and you can get an extra 14 breakfasts, lunches, snacks, dinners, and desserts. A full 2 weeks of food absolutely free. Call now to find out how.
ESPN's presentation of the AAA All Star Game is brought to you by Sandia Resort and Casino. Sandia Resort and Casino is close to home, far from the ordinary. And the Bricktown Showdown, AAA Baseball's 2nd annual winner-take-all championship game.
A beautiful night here in Albuquerque, New Mexico for the 2007 AAA All Star Game. A lot of scoring early, as you see, and the International League tacking on 2 more in the top of this 4th. As we go to the bottom half of inning 4, a new pitcher into the game from the Pawtucket Red Sox, Travis Hughes.
Travis, 34 games, 4-3 this season. The closer for the Pawtucket Red Sox with 10 saves, 46 2/3 of innings, 42 strikeouts on only 16 walks.
Now the home run derby for the All-Star Game was held last night, a couple of nights ago actually. We'll show you what happened a little bit later on because it's an interesting story because the winner is somebody who's not in pro baseball right now. But Craig Brazell was actually the runner-up in the home run derby, but you'll have to wait just a little bit to find out who won the home run derby. And again, it was not a player who's playing in pro baseball right now. They invited others to participate.
If I would have known the wind was blowing out, I would have tried it out too.
Maybe so.
Just seemed like home run derby was in the first inning. So we saw 2.
Travis Hughes began his career in the Texas Rangers organization. He pitched in 7 years in the Texas organization before making his debut with the Rangers in 2004. Pitched in only 2 games for them. Swinging on 3-0. That's what you do in All-Star games, right?
Swing away. That's what the fans want to see. That's what the hitter wants to see also. And, hey, that's what I want to see. I want to see guys letting it go.
To left field, Timo Perez watches it sail out of here, and Craig Brazell, who's the minor league leader with 30 home runs, hits one here in the AAA All Star Game.
3 home runs tonight. 3 home runs hit to the opposite field. Craig Brazell showing some power. 3-1 count. You rarely see hitters going 3-1 the opposite way, but he learned yesterday. Stay inside it. Arms extended. Power. As soon as Timo turned his back, you know it's gone.
Well, the home run has made it a 7-3 game. Scott Siebel of the hometown Albuquerque Isotopes. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Stand corrected, that's the 4th home run hit tonight. 2 for each team.
It's easy to lose track when they're flying out like they are.
It won't be the last.
Siebel 0 for 1 with a ground out. Now is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Well, Craig Brazell's home run just moments ago. He's hit one in the big leagues, believe it or not. It was a big one when the Cubs were swooning in 2004. Brazell with the New York Mets. Homers off Kent Mercker in the 11th inning. And the Cubs kept on swooning. Eventually played themselves out of a possible wild card spot. Houston, ironically, got in and they made a nice run.
Well, the Mets couldn't say he couldn't hit left-handed pitching because Kent Mercker, a specialist to get lefties out. Brazell did exactly what he should have done there, and I know the Met fans still remember that moment.
Foul out of play off the bat of Terry Evans. Brazell's dad, Ted, was a catcher and a manager in the Detroit Tigers organization for about 13 years through 70 to 1983. Well, baseball in his family background. See if Brazell makes it back to the big leagues with Kansas City at some point this year. You see the numbers, 7 at AA to begin the year. Now Terry Evans hits one to center field. To the deep part of the ballpark, about 400 feet away, where Adam Jones gets on the Tope slope to have to find that ball, and it's a double for Terry Evans, who nearly made it back-to-back.
That's Brandon Watson over there in center field. Get mixed with so many different uniforms, but that's a nice piece of hitting. Big ballpark, that's gone in a lot of ballparks, but to the alleys, you really got to get a hold of it. Off his knees, he throws it off the Isotopes slope.
There it is. Good look there at the Topes slope. 428 to the deepest part of the ballpark. Vinny Rottino, the batter.
Getting back to Brazell, Brazell told me earlier on the field, he said, I'm not worrying about what happens at the upper level. I'm not going to worry about anything, just the moment. When I'm at the plate, I'm just going to grab a bat and just swing away and have good quality at bats every time. And so far this year, he's done a great job at that.
Evans at second with 1 out, last of the 4th.
Mind you, Evans' first at-bat this season was a home run. Talked to Mike Butcher earlier today, and he told me it was a rocket. And as soon as I mentioned it to Evans, he doesn't even know who he hit it off. I had to tell him it was Wandy Rodriguez.
June 20th off Wandy Rodriguez in interleague play, Angels and Astros.
He got fined in Kangaroo Court for not knowing who his first home run in the big leagues was, and rightfully so.
You gotta remember that information, don't you?
Oh,
your first was off of
Kevin Campbell. Quick.
You don't forget it. 2-2 pitch from Travis Hughes. Just misses near the inside corner.
Especially if it's your first at-bat in the big leagues.
First major league hit for Terry Evans, the home run off Wandy Rodriguez. Not even a month ago. 3-2 pitch. And Rottino walks. Well, that home run derby we were mentioning a couple of nights ago, it was won by Robert Stratton, who's never played in the big leagues but had a long career in the minor leagues. In fact, he had 192 home runs in the minors. He recently retired. He played here in Albuquerque. He's now living here in Albuquerque. He's a real estate agent. And he wound up winning the home run contest. Interesting to invite others in. And Robert Stratton won the home run derby.
Hold on, so you're telling me that he's a real estate agent?
Yes.
And he was hitting it into unknown real estate out there.
Yes, he was. Maybe to real estate he has bought or sold recently.
He might get Employee of the Month.
Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, I was at Isotopes Park and I won the home run hitting contest. Clint Barmes. Fly to left his first time up. What's in the future for Clint Barmes?
Hi, Dad. He keeps hitting. I think the best situation is going to be for the Colorado Rockies. I mean, they can do a lot of things for him. He did play one game this season already in center field. He's played a game at third. He's played a couple at second. Colorado Rockies, you never know if they want to use him as a utility player because he's proven that he can hit at the big league level in certain moments. Also, he could be a very good trade bait. If the team needs a shortstop, Clint Barmes is available.
Well, the wild pitch that advanced the runners is going to get Barmes an RBI here as the lead man. Evans will scoot in and score. That'll make it a 7-4 game. Barmes picks up the RBI. You remember Clint, who was, many thought, headed to the NL Rookie of the Year, but he broke his left collarbone June 5th, 2005. He missed 78 games.
Finished 8th in the voting.
Hit 289 that year. He was the starting shortstop for the Rockies almost all of last year. And then late in August, Glenn Hurdle and the Rockies made a change and brought up Troy Tulowitzki, and life changed for Barmes. Most of it's been back at AAA since then. Well, Travis Hughes is finished. We have a pitching change here. We'll take a timeout. A 7-4 IL lead.
.500 athletes, 42 countries, 28 events, one dream. From every corner north to south, they will represent your country, your colors. Support your athletes and follow the 15th Pan American Games live from Rio on ESPN Deportes. Every day, every event, a reason to watch. Don't miss the opening ceremony of the 15th Pan American Games 2007 this Friday on ESPN.
What can be better than watching all the incredible goals, great stars including David Beckham, and excitement of an MLS match? Watching well over 100 MLS matches this season. The only way to do that is by signing up now for MLS Direct Kick. For only $79, you can catch all the live action and drama the entire MLS season has to offer. Show your passion for the sport you love.
Call today to order the MLS Direct Kick package for only $79 on Time Warner Cable. Call now.
Hammond Street, Bangor is the home of the sports arena and BangorTickets.com.
Here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 2007 AAA All Star Game in the bottom of the 4th inning. Mark Neely with Eduardo Perez. We expected scoring. We have received scoring here in the thin air of Albuquerque. Well, Travis Hughes of Pawtucket taken out of the game, and in comes another Pawtucket Red Sox pitcher, Craig Brazell.
Red Sox Nation, this is your inning to watch. 29 games this season, 1-1, 1 save with a 1.85 ERA in 43 2/3 inning. 50 strikeouts on 12 walks. Looks like the Red Sox have some relievers, some lefty relievers that can get guys out. I mean, Okajima in the major league level, Breslow in the AAA level. Well stocked.
Well, we talked earlier about what an isotope is. Craig Brazell, I bet you, knows what an isotope is because he graduated from Yale with a degree in molecular biophysics and biochemistry.
That's the guy I should have asked.
Hit on a play by Eric Patterson for strike one.
Stayed in his hometown of New Haven.
He played in the AAA All Star Game last year as well. Originally was a pick by the Brewers in 2002. Padres signed him as a free agent. He has a little big league time with San Diego. Breaking ball is outside.
Well, this is important to see how Patterson handles the lefty specialist. As this season he's hitting 300 with 11 home runs. A lot of power from this little guy, so this ballpark could help him out.
Hits it to the alley in left center field. Latino will score, and it's an RBI base hit for Eric Patterson of the Iowa Cubs. And here comes the PCL. They've cut this to a 2-run game.
And I know the Cubbies front office must be excited to see this lefty swinger hitting it off the lefty pitcher just the way it should be. Stays inside it beautifully. Doesn't rotate his back leg until after the point of impact. Right there. That's sweet. Hits it right where he should. There's a nice little future for Mr. Patterson.
Patterson, who has 14 stolen bases this year, draws a throw from Brazell.
This is where games slow down when there's a speedster on. Left-handed pitcher trying to pick him off, trying to show his best move.
And he was going on first move, and Brazell throws over and gets him. So Patterson out on the bases to win the inning, but Brazell began the frame with more opposite field power. And at the end of 4 innings from Albuquerque, it's the IL 7 and the PCL 5.
On August 10th, when the East meets the West.
I am half Chinese, baby.
You're half Chinese?
Everything above the waist.
The rush is on.
Dream team is dead. You can't even beat the Europeans in basketball. Talk about the NBA again. I dare you. I double dare you.
Chris Tucker, Jackie Chan.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Please. I'm a bad girl. Hallelujah.
Rush Hour 3, directed by Brett Ratner. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, August 10th.
Nestled in the foothills north of Albuquerque, Sandia Resort and Casino offers a true getaway experience. Guests enjoy spectacular views from the luxurious hotel, the challenge of its 18-hole golf course, the tranquility of the Green Reed full-service spa, and the elegance of fine dining in a setting that is like no other. Sandia Resort and Casino, close to home, far from ordinary.
Original music and lyrics by William Harley, Arthur, Walter, and William Davidson. You can enjoy today's performance for less per month than you might think. Low monthly payments available through July 31st. Starting MSRP for 2007 models is $6,595.
Well, evidently there is a little bit of precipitation in the area. You get a little rain every now and then, and the rainbow here. Well, tomorrow night on ESPN, World Cup softball presented by KFC. Venezuela takes on the United States beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. National teams from Canada, China, Japan, and the Dominican Republic will also compete in the tournament held in Oklahoma City. Left-hander Willie Collazo takes over on the mound.
And boy, do I know him well. This kid is 33 games, 1-4, 3.61 ERA with 62 in the third inning, 42 strikeouts and 13 walks. Willie Collazo pitches in Puerto Rico during the winter ball for the Carolina team. And he's a big-time pitcher over there in Puerto Rico. Over here, he started off spring training throwing over the top, doing very well. But Rick Peterson, the pitching coach for the New York Mets, wanted to reinvent Collazo, have him throw a little bit more sidearm to get more, so he can be more effective not only with his breaking ball but also with his changeup. And so far it's worked well. He said it's been a good addition to his repertoire.
Atlanta originally drafted him in the 10th round in 2001 out of Florida International University. And Hessman having problems with Collazo and a strikeout. One gone in the 5th. Collazo is the lone left-hander on the PCL staff for this All-Star game.
Very effective, this kid. We also played together in the WBC representing Puerto Rico, and he's got a big heart, little in stature, but very big heart, and battles, plays the game the way it should be, and he can start getting lefties out. He should be in the big leagues very soon.
Brandon Moss hit a solo home run in the first as he and Hessman went back-to-back. And a left-on-left matchup right now.
That's what he has to do. He has to be really effective with the left-handers. That's going to be his ticket up north, is the lingo in baseball.
Out to right field, and Terry Evans. 2 outs. Willie Colazzo has pitched in the Braves, Angels, and now the Mets organizations. 33 years old.
That's another thing he wanted to tell me. He said, Eddie, I'm not 33. I was born in 78. He made sure. He said, Eddie, I'm 29. I'm not 33. And I was like, all right, but paper says you're 33. Yeah. He says, hey, I'm 29. Trust me. And FIU product, as he said earlier.
That's fouled by Shelley Duncan. Well, the media guide says he's 33, but he says he's 29.
That's the first thing he told me when he got out there. He said, Eddie, make sure they know that. I said, all right, Willie, jump on it as soon as you say it.
Duncan has walked and struck out so far tonight. And a strike on the inside edge. Lazo's thrown 9 pitches and 8 for strikes so far.
I know Omar Minaya must be impressed watching this lefty specialist.
Tried to backdoor it. The way the catcher Rotino was acting, he thought it was strike 3. That's not what Ramon Armendariz, our home plate umpire, thought, however.
I don't think he'll take it too personal. It's an all-star game. I know Rotino is excited watching how much that ball breaks right there. See if he gets a call here.
It was hard inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Willie Colazzo from the New Orleans Zephyrs in the Mets organization.
Mind you, they had Sandy Alomar catching in New Orleans before he got called up a few days ago. So all that helps. I mean, some organizations go with a young AAA team, a la Seattle Mariners. Most of their players are 22, 23, 24 years old. New Orleans goes with a veteran team. That's different philosophies.
Well, Colazzo sets the side down in order and strikes out 2. Dodger great, former Albuquerque Duke, Steve Garvey, our guest when we come back to New Mexico.
What if all those abandoned coins banded together? Think how they would add up. With Keep the Change, every purchase you make with your Bank of America Visa check card is rounded up to the next dollar. And all that glorious change is transferred from your checking to your savings. So if you wish you could save more money, now's your opportunity. Bank of America.
All right, sir, here are your pillows.
I ordered you all pillows.
Seriously?
They have a pillow menu here. I thought I'd treat you guys. There's the U shape, we got firm, we got down. All right, enjoy your pillows.
Okay.
Thanks. Enjoy them.
Is that what you had in mind?
Just enjoy them.
I'm enjoying them.
I'm getting that sound in my head again every time you argue with me. Just enjoy them.
My idea of a symphony? 8 pistons playing the tune my right foot tells them to. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood.
Here's a radically simple suggestion from eLoan. If you're not getting the interest rate you deserve from your savings account, just go to eLoan.com for information on our high-yield, no-fee savings account. That's eLoan.com. eLoan. Radically simple.
Want to know how Hotwire.com can guarantee the lowest prices on hotels? Hotwire has special deals with 3- and 4-star hotels. When hotels have unsold rooms, they use Hotwire to fill them, so you get them at prices lower than any other travel site. Guaranteed, like 4 stars in Chicago. Travelocity price $179. Hotwire.com price just $96. Want a great deal on your next hotel? Visit Hotwire.com. 4-star hotels, 2-star prices.
HOTWIRE, Hotwire.com.
Welcome back to Isotopes Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 2007 AAA All Star Game. And Steve Garvey.
Oh, in Cincinnati.
They did that just for you, Eduardo.
10-time
Daddy's office there, right, Eduardo?
10-time National League All-Star. This guy has not aged a bit.
Yeah.
Amazing. Great to see you, Steve.
Sub cash?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll sub cash, credit cards, and checks. Great
We're
to
just
see
kidding,
you.
though. That's the ultimate compliment nowadays when people say, hey, you still look like yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Nothing funny's been done. You look
That's
great.
right.
Hey, you didn't play a long time in Albuquerque, but you played enough here that you have some ties still here.
I did, absolutely. I was here in 1969 when it was Albuquerque in the Texas League. And it was the old stadium's first year, which was state-of-the-art. It was charming and so forth. My first day here, I hit a hard ball to short, and I was running hard to first. And all of a sudden, the coach said, round it. And I said, okay. I said, what happened? He said, oh, I went by him. I said, I knew it was going to be a good season then because the infield was rock hard. The ball traveled, it carried. I thought, this is going to be a fun season here. And I hit 373 with about 18, 19 home runs in about 80 games. But it was a charming place to play. I talked today at the luncheon about how a city wraps its arms around a team. And year after year, they nurture it. And you see the stars of the future. And it becomes quite a stepping stone for when you do reach the major leagues. You look back and you look at these cities that helped you mature and help you develop, not only professionally, but also as a person.
And you were in the big leagues not long after you left Albuquerque, right?
Well, that September, the season was over September 1st. They sent me to Los Angeles, and it was a Sunday, and I got there about 11 in the morning, took batting practice. They said, okay, there was 5 of us that came up. Let's see what you can do. And I hit some in the stands and left field and right field, and Walter Olson had a little smile on his face. And the 8th inning of that game that day against the New York Mets, he said, okay, we're down 3-0. He said, okay, kid, grab a bat and get up there. I said, okay. And I faced a left-hander by the name of Jack Delore, and he threw a fastball inside, and I hit it foul about 350 feet, about 10 feet foul. Threw me a little fastball away, hit it down the right field line, about 360. I'm thinking, it's pretty easy, this major leagues, you know? And so he's got me 0-2, and the next pitch is a screwball. I swung and missed by about 2 feet, and the bat went out of my hands and landed in left field. And I came back to the dugout, and the great skipper said, well, kid, you know, great swing. You set a Dodger Stadium record for a bat throw, and you probably get 2,000 hits, and I ended up at 2,700. So,
there we go.
Yeah, worked well.
Good scouting.
That's right.
Speaking of the Dodgers, here's Delwyn Young, Dodgers organization, playing for Las Vegas. Heading off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. He rips it towards third. Hessman across the diamond for the first out. When you played here at Albuquerque, I bet what a lot of people don't realize, you were taken in the first round in 1968, 13th overall pick. But a lot of people may not know you played college baseball at Michigan State.
I did. One of the great training grounds under Danny Litweiler. Danny was a wonderful Major League center fielder for the Cardinals, was the first player to go a whole season without an error, and a real innovator in the college level. He came up with different types of devices where, you know, you had to train indoors in January and February before you went down to Florida for spring break. But I always felt that Danny was an integral part of my career. Kid coming up from Florida, playing football and baseball, football for Duffy Daugherty. And Danny working with me, helping me develop myself as an infielder. And then my freshman spring, I ended up getting a shoulder separation playing for Duffy, and didn't quite throw the same as Lasorda and my first baseman do over the years, and had to make the adjustment. Eventually ended up in first base in '73, but had a chance to play at Michigan State, never regretted it, and felt it was a good foundation for me.
Well, we have a pitching change. They're replacing Craig Brazell. Eduardo, Steve Garvey, Mark Dealey, great to have you with us here in Albuquerque for the 2007 AAA All Star Game. Had you had a chance to get back here very much to Albuquerque?
Periodically over the years, I do a lot of motivational speaking, and I would say every 3, 4, 5 years I would come back. I was here about 2 years ago. They had a large high school All-Star game here, and they had you come back and speak to it. And I think a couple of the boys, as a matter of fact, are on the AAA All-Star teams this year. And watch the growth of this city, the culture and how it's developed. And of course, this new ballpark makes a statement. Not only for minor league baseball, for Albuquerque and their commitment to sports.
Steve, I want to talk about something serious now.
Okay.
I was a kid in 75, 76.
Right.
All those years.
Behind the batting cage, and we used to play catch.
I used to be the kid that used to yell at you guys all the time.
Sure.
Between you and Dusty and and Ron and everybody, Bill. It's amazing to see you here right now with me, and I really didn't like you too much. I got to be honest. I really did. I mean, as a player, because I bled red. I had
as
Tommy
it
here
should be
bleeding
for Papa.
Exactly.
Could you feel the bad vibes from Tony's kid when you were playing?
No. But it's irony. Eduardo was one, and Barry was another, and Kenny was another, and the Boone kids, and they'd all play behind the batting cage during batting practice, especially when the visiting team was there. And I remember all these kids that are now bigger, taller, and stronger than I am, and they do say Mr. Garvey once in a while.
Yes, right, Mr. Garvey. But there was only one time during the year where I was always a big fan of yours, and I rooted and cheered for you. And that was during the All Star Game, because it was stellar. It was mostly Reds and Dodgers there, and for a kid, it was a dream come true. I know as a player, it was awesome, but as a kid, I just want to shake your hand and say it was unbelievable.
Well, with what your dad did, he won an MVP in, I think, 1967, big home run in Anaheim. And I was fortunate to win 2 MVPs, 74, 78. And you're right, it was that one time where the Reds and Dodgers could get together for one common purpose, and that was to lead the National League. And that's back when we won 12 out of 13 games. And, of course, the pendulum has swung the opposite way, but it'll come back.
And a lot of young players don't know that back in the 70s, there was only 2 divisions. It was, West and East, and the Dodgers and Reds were in the same division, and they battled every year. And you were such an integral part of that.
Well, the heck with the Red Sox and the Yankees. I mean, as far as a rival, everybody said, "Oh, that's the best." The Red Sox didn't win that much. And then the Giants and Dodgers is always there because of the history. But from, I would say, 73 to 82, there was no greater rivalry in the history of baseball than Reds and Dodgers, because you're right, there'd be 10 or 11 All-Stars on the field, would play 18 games a season, 16 would be within 3 runs for each team, one team would blow the other out. And I think for 8 to 10 years during that period, one of us was in the World Series representing the National League. So it was quite the rivalry.
I'm so with you on that.
Yeah.
Well, Tommy Lasorda was in here just a bit ago, and he told a story that he went to the team and said, if anybody wears anything red ever, I'm fining you, whatever. Do you remember that at all?
Absolutely. And, of course, being Italian, that red is prevalent in the culture of the Italians. But Tommy, it was great to have him here today. He made a great speech at the AAA All Star Luncheon. And I'm not saying I've been with him a long time, but I know all the jokes and stories in Italian, Spanish, and English. Winter ball we spent with Tom. My first minor league year in Ogden, then Spokane, I spent with him. He's like a second father, not only to myself, but probably 10, 15 other guys like Bashork and Valentine and Buckner. And there he is in blue.
Yes. No red anywhere to be found.
See, he found the key to wear pinstripes at his side. Makes him look taller.
Slimmer figure.
Well, speaking of Italian, Valentino Pascucci at the plate, whose family, his dad, came over about age 8 from just outside of Naples to the United States.
And Tommy gave him a kiss in the little tunnel before the game. Yeah, he hugged and kissed every one of the guys that ended up with vowels.
Probably
an Irish guy like me, he never kissed any guys that ended up with Y, like Fahey or Mulrooney or Garvey. So you kiss all the guys with vowels. What are you doing?
Well, Pascucci's had a big home run tonight.
See, it worked.
Takes the breaky ball outside from Aaron Wasserman, who's coming into the game on the mound. Pascucci. Valentino Pascucci.
Put up some big numbers in Japan also. Went over there and played for Bobby Valentine for 2 years.
There's Tom Bashork. Put in about 16 or 17 years in the majors. Signed with us back in '68. And he was one of the true humorists in baseball. He was the MC today. Out of a 9-kid Polish family out of Hamtramck, Michigan.
Now, is Tom wearing red just to irritate Tommy right now?
Well, we like to keep his blood pressure up. I wear pink, and Tom says, Garth, how can you wear pink? I said, Tom, real men wear pink. Also, guys who have 5 daughters wear pink. Because you realize you're just here to serve.
7 kids, huh, Garth?
Yeah, 7 kids. Great, wonderful family. I'm so blessed. Finally got a couple of boys. And Ryan's 14 and Sean's 8. And I managed a baseball team for the first time this year.
You did? How did
Ryan's
that go?
14 under, the California Pizza Kitchen, Palm Desert Dodgers. And we had a ball. We won 6 of 13 tournaments. And we ended up in Omaha a couple weeks ago. As a matter of fact, they did a half an inning for ESPN there at the College World Series. And it was fun to try to teach the boys good, sound fundamentals, to give them a good base so that they can go to high school and play the game the right way.
Well, Pascucci's bat breaks. He's left with the handle and a little bit more.
See, back in the days when Garv played, there weren't too many of maple bats. It was always ash.
Always ash.
And you see a lot of bats breaking like that because they're maple.
And you know what it is with maple, and Louisville Slugger was always, my company, and we always did analysis about bats. Maple is thinner grain, and if it gets a little cooler or the humidity drops, the maple has a tendency to be more brittle. It's obvious on the sweet spot, harder. The ball will go farther. But a good Louisville Slugger maple bat on a good warm day, hit on the sweet spot, is going to really travel. But any of the maple bats nowadays are going to break if the temperature gets cooler.
Well, they are denser also than ash, and you get what that's a Marucci bat right there, which is made out of maple, and they're saying that you get microfractures. It's a new word now in baseball, microfractures.
Of the labrum. You don't have a rotator. It used to be a rotator cuff, or he threw out his arm. Then he had a rotator cuff problem. Now he has a labrum problem, and
now bats have microfractures.
And micro tears. Nowadays. Oh well.
And probably that's what that bat had, and he said, "I had enough. I hit a home run. It's time for me to retire."
It had internal stress, and then it was hit on the wrong part of the bat.
Pascucci on with a 2-out walk. And Derek Barton is pinch hitting. Derek Barton in the Oakland A's organization. He came over from the Cardinals, the deal that sent Danny Herron, Kiko Calero, and Barton to the A's in exchange for Mark Mulder.
It's a great trade by the Oakland A's.
Absolutely. A lot of good young hitters constantly coming out of that Oakland organization.
And great scouting they've done there. I mean, between Billy Bean and Billy Owens, they've done a great job over there in Oakland, stockpiling of young players.
And that's why they're always there at the end of the season, because they have good young players. And a lot of times it's difficult for a young player to understand what it's like when you start to get to the last 2 weeks of September. Maturity pays off and experience pays off, but they always seem to get there. And then some years they get to the playoffs, and then I think the problem is then it's the experience factor. And if you can keep a team for a long time, which is more difficult nowadays, and which you can only do by bringing up these minor league players and keeping it for 6 years before free agency, then you got a chance.
That's some pretty impressive knowledge. You may need to hit the executive suite in a major league team sometime.
Absolutely. I'm available as a managing general partner. We'll bring back the cultural days of the Brooklyn Dodgers, the fundamental ways to play baseball.
3-1 count on Derek Barton batting here in Brazell's spot. That's whacked foul down the left field side.
Lefties tend to do very well against right-handed sidearmers. See the ball a little bit longer.
But it's that right-handed sidearm when you're a right-handed hitter. And I know your dad and I talked about this, like a Kent Tekulve, who was just devastating with that sidearm whipping motion. That ball would dive in. Tough to keep the bat behind it enough to keep it fair.
Pascucci from first will be off with the 3-2 2-out pitch. And fouled away by Barton. Who are some of the other guys that you did not like to face, especially late in games? You mentioned Tekulve.
Well, any left-hander I love. I could hit any left. I still think I could today.
Amen. I'm with you.
Right? Yeah. But I faced 12 or 14 Hall of Famers. The Nolan Ryans and the Seavers and the Gibsons and the Marichals. But a guy like Catfish Hunter, faced him in World Series was a true pitcher. Change speeds, angles, location. Never threw you the same pitch in the same spot. Which he would pitch me backwards because he knew I was a guesstimator and I would watch him. So he would be atypical against me, and he had success against me. Once in a while he hit my bat, but I think the most important thing, especially for young hitters, is to learn how to hit the ball where it's pitched. Right? Learn how to stay behind it. Keep your hands behind the ball. Hit the ball the other way when it's thrown there. Unfortunately, you see a lot of young, powerful, big, strong hitters in the major leagues now are constantly trying to crank the ball out, where in essence just flatten that bat and learn how to hit line drives. They're strong enough to hit it out the other way.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. Back in the 70s, there weren't too many players that used to hit the ball out the other way.
Absolutely.
De La Rosa batting, and the fielder's choice ends the inning. Steve, great to have you here.
Oh, pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Steve Garvey.
Good luck.
And here in Albuquerque, we're through 5. It's 7-5 IL.
One of the days I'll never forget. When Barry cut right, back, forward, then left. The late hits, the deep ball, the games that don't quit. The clothesline, the face mask, and the benches that won't sit. When Rice reinvented hustle, Icky did the shuffle. Elway launched the aerial attack. I missed that game. 2K Sports has brought it back. Football's returned to the fans who helped make it. And this time we'll keep it and won't let them take it. All Pro Football 2K8, rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Today is the best day of your life.
If you're interested in starting a legitimate home-based business, the Work at Home Institute may be the answer.
Honey, we really do need this addition to the house.
Yes, but at these prices, we're going to have to save for years.
You could turn your life around by logging on right now. The service is free. We provide you legitimate work-at-home opportunities plus extensive information about the work-at-home industry, its laws, regulations, and expansive benefits that could change your life.
You know, Dave's got a great job, but there never seems to be enough money. And with 3 kids, I don't think we can afford college. Oh, have you ever thought of working from home? You should see this website Dan found.
Don't wait. Log on now. Earn extra money. Be your own boss. Set your own schedule and spend more time with the ones you love. Whether it's money for college education, credit card debt, or just the freedom to live your life the way you've always dreamed of, make today the best day of your life.
Log on to 13thewahi.com now.
We're moving into the 6th inning here in Albuquerque. 7-5, the International League leading the Pacific Coast League. Mark Neely along with Eduardo Perez. The home run ball has been prominent tonight, and one of those hit by Craig Brazell of the Omaha Royals. Craig, you led off the 4th, went opposite field. Tell me about that at bat.
Oh, it was kind of nice. I mean, especially to hit it in the All-Star game. Like a little, maybe a little cutter down the middle, and just got inside of it a little bit and got it up in the air and took advantage of the wind here.
I think yesterday, 2 days ago, you guys had the home run derby. Seeing the ball was flying out to left field. I guess you had a little advantage there, huh?
Well, I would say advantage, but I definitely used my knowledge of the home run derby the other night and knew that trying to pull the ball in this park for a left-hander is pretty tough.
Well, 30 home runs right now, leading the minor leagues. What's gone so well for you to put up those kind of power numbers?
Well, I don't know. I think I've just really gotten back to basics. And instead of being so critical of my swing and thinking way too much, just go up there and see the ball and hit the ball and put a good swing on it. And just hope get it up in the air or hit a line drive somewhere. Hopefully it goes out of the ballpark. But lately, I've been lucky enough. A lot of them have been going out of the ballpark for me.
Dad watching tonight in Alabama, I presume?
Definitely. The whole family. A big party at my parents' house. Hello, y'all.
Craig, thanks so much. Congratulations on the home run.
No problem. Thank you.
Craig Brazell of the Omaha Royals. His dad, Ted, as I mentioned, worked many years as a manager of the Detroit Tigers organization. He operates a jail now in Montgomery, Alabama. So you do not want to mess up around the Brazell family.
No, there must have been good discipline going on in that house.
Absolutely. The Superstars are entertaining here at the AAA All Star Game for the 5th year. With their inflatable characters. A nice night here at Isotopes Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Joey Votto up from the Louisville Bats. Travis Driscoll on the mound from the Round Rock Express, the Houston Astros organization. A 2-run lead for the International League. They bat here in the top of the 6th inning. Travis Driscoll is the oldest player on either roster, 35 years old.
Travis Driscoll, 28 appearances, 43 strikeouts, and 10 walks in 44 innings. So that's averaging just a little under a strikeout per inning. You see him gripping that splitty. That means that's his main arsenal. Fastball, split finger pitcher.
The 1-2 pitch. And he gets Votto on strikes to begin the 6th. Driscoll a part of several changes for the PCL here. We get towards the middle stages of the game, and managers do some shuffling. Derek Barton's in at first base. Tomas De La Rosa at third. Robert Andino under the Marlins system playing short. Elman Young in the left. Sean Barker from the Rockies organizations in right, and Mark Johnson is catching.
Trying to get all the ball players in this game. It's a tough task. You can ask Tony La Russa about that yesterday. Had to stick that one in there.
0-1 count. Brian Bixler. Bixler scored a couple of runs in this game, but he's behind 0-2 on Driscoll.
Pitchers like Driscoll are very important at this level. Veteran pitchers that know how to throw pitches like the one he's gripping right there, that split finger fastball. That prepares the young hitters for the next level. It's it's a tricky pitch, not one that a lot of pitchers dominate that well in the big leagues and at this level, and to be able to throw it that way, it prepares these young players for the major leagues.
We saw Driscoll, he's always begins with the split grip, and if he's going to change to another pitch, does so in the glove, and I guess that's by design because the split's the tougher pitch to grip.
It's a tougher pitch to grip. Also, there's a lot of players that try to look at the glove, see if he's fanning the glove, probably throwing a changeup or a split finger or a breaking ball. If the glove is tight, probably with a fastball. There's just a lot of knowledge that goes with that, with the veteran players, and younger players try to learn that, and you have to make sure that the hitter is not trying to be one step ahead of you.
Couple of strikeouts already for Driscoll here in the sixth. Everybody watches closely from the dugout, and if a pitcher is tipping pitches, boy, it gets around in a hurry, doesn't it?
Does it ever? And at this level, guys are always aware. If you look at the guys in the dugouts, they're right there in the front step, looking to see if that pitcher's doing anything so the hitters can take advantage of. And likewise, I mean, the pitcher does, and the catcher is always observing what the hitter's doing. If he's moving up in the box, if he's up close to the plate, away, the way he steps towards. Just many things, and it's a mind game. This is not only physically, but it's more of a chess match when it comes to hitter versus pitcher.
Here's Jose Morales from the Rochester Red Wings, Minnesota Twins. 4 balls, 2 strikes. He's from Puerto Rico. 24 years old, putting up some really nice numbers. That average 346 certainly sticks out.
346 will stick out in any league.
Dropped. Tomas De La Rosa trying to make that play heading towards the stands.
Beauty about baseball, that tarp always comes into effect. You see him, De La Rosa stopped a little bit near, saw that red tarp, a cover that Tommy La Russa, I mean, Tommy Lasorda doesn't like much. I know he was seeing it peripheral with his peripheral vision.
To first base, and Derek Barton takes it to the back. And a quick inning for Travis Driscoll. They go in order. And it's a 7-5 lead for the International League as we reach the middle of the sixth.
Stay low. Watch your speed there. Right on top of you. Still there. Clear left.
The NASCAR Nextel Cup Series on ESPN starts Sunday, July 29th with the Allstate 400 at the...
What can be better than watching all the incredible goals, great stars including David Beckham, and excitement of an MLS match? Watching well over 100 MLS matches this season. The only way to do that is by signing up now for MLS Direct Kick. For only $79, you can catch all the live action and drama the entire MLS season has to offer. Show your passion for the sport you love.
Call today to order the MLS Direct Kick package for only $79 on Time Warner Cable. Call now.
Welcome to the first meeting of the Shipyard Ale Society.
First order of business is to thank the shipyard for providing us with this super secret location to hold the meeting.
Here, here.
Next order of business.
And on our right is the Shipyard Ale Society, a clandestine meeting of like-minded shipyard enthusiasts. For those of you who wish to join, you may stay. The rest of you follow me.
The secret is out. Join the Shipyard Ale Society at www.shipyard.com.
Cut that out.
Beautiful skies here on this summer night in Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 2007 AAA All Star Game. The International League leading the Pacific Coast League 7-5. Phil Dumontre comes into the game.
Yeah, Phil Dumontre, 18 starts, 9-5 with 62 strikeouts and 45 walks. Dumontre out of the Cincinnati Reds organization has refined his mechanics, not overpowering, as I spoke this morning with assistant player director of player development Grant Greiser. He's telling me that he's been a pleasant surprise this season.
Dumontre, who was originally a first-round pick of the Red Sox in 2000, 22nd overall, and he was traded to the Reds, the deal that sent Scott Williamson to the Red Sox. Other changes to the International League. Ryan Mulhern is taken over at first base. Luis Ribas, the veteran, at second. And Castor is the new third baseman. John Russell, the manager of the IL, joins us. A lot of offense early. Pitching starting to settle in a bit, though. John, what are your impressions of what's taken place so far?
Well, it's about what we figured, you know, that everybody's real excited, and you know, the pitchers, you know, trying to get their feet on the ground, but I think once the games got going, they've settled in and started throwing the ball better. But you know, both sides have aggressive hitting teams, and you know, in this ballpark as well, you know, you don't know what's going to happen. There's still a lot of baseball to go.
I was going to ask you, being in the International League, seeing the PCL, how much of a change is it just for the kids to play in this kind of ballpark and this atmosphere, the elevation and all?
And, you know, it's fun because a lot of these guys haven't experienced the PCL. Some of them have, but you know, when the ball carries and they get to see the ball carry over the fence a little bit, and then internationally, there's a lot of ballparks the ball doesn't carry that well, and you know, they have fun with it. You know, batting practice, they're having a lot of fun, and then some of the home runs we've hit already in this game, guys are real excited about it because you know they don't get that much opportunity to do that in the International League because the balls don't carry quite as well, and the parks are a little big, but. You know, it's a great atmosphere. Albuquerque's done an outstanding job here, and the ballpark is beautiful, and the support, and you know, we're having a great time.
John, last year for the affiliation in Ottawa, the move going to the Allentown area, and I guess that's going to move everything a little tighter, closer to your parent team.
Yeah, it is. You know, the Phillies are very excited about it, and I know Lehigh Valley is very excited about having a team there, but it puts all of our minor league teams, with the exception of Clearwater, basically within driving distance of Philadelphia. And you know, I know that's something they've been pulling for a long time to get everybody close, and you know, Lehigh Valley is tremendously excited about it. They've already started doing a lot of different things and season ticket sales, so it's a great move for the Phillies, and we're very excited about it.
Hey, John, thanks so much. We'll let you get back to work.
All right, thank you.
John Russell, manager of the International League, the Ottawa Lynx. He's the reigning International League Manager of the Year. This is towards second base and Ribas. And a couple of outs now here in the sixth. The Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. It's going to be the name of that new AAA franchise for the Phillies. And when Ottawa finishes up this year, that means there'll be no remaining Canadian AAA teams.
And that's impressive because before there used to be so many. You look at Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Ottawa. So many teams and so many players have come up through minor league teams that were in Canada. That it's going to be an adjustment for minor league baseball.
We're going to have a pitching change. Dumontre is finished. IL leading the PCL 7-5, and more to come from Albuquerque.
I guess we'll take Morty.
Yes. Pick last. Ouch. A vault will put you back on top. It quenches and Kicks! Incoming! Yeah! You're a super soda mercenary! Vault! Drinks like a soda, kicks like an energy drink. Get to it!
I changed my oil. Why worry about engine sludge?
You can't see sludge coming, but it can rob gas mileage and hold your car back.
Yeah, right.
Castrol GTX has a powerful formula to stop sludge in its tracks.
Give me a burger, fries.
GTX's unique dispersants neutralize sludge for superior protection among leading 5W and 10W30s.
And some extra napkins.
Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
From a guy's perspective, it's very difficult to kind of verbalize some things.
It's very difficult to sit down and describe yourself in, 3 to 4 sentences.
Dating sites give you a picture and a paragraph. At eHarmony, we do the matching for you based on 29 dimensions of compatibility. And right now, you can log on to eHarmony.com and review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you're compatible with?
Love is pure joy.
eHarmony.com. Log on today.
A view from the picnic tables beyond the left field fence here at Isotope Park in Albuquerque. And the Internationals League 7-5 lead over the PCL. And let's flash back to 2004. Yankee prospect Andy Phillips becomes a hero in Red Sox Nation. This game played in Pawtucket, and Phillips of Columbus hit this walk-off homer in the bottom of the 10th, and the International League won 4-3, and the Red Sox fans there cheered the Yankee player. How rare is that?
Very rare. Not only that, I know the players that were there were probably taking their shots at Andy in the celebration. It's a great finish.
And speaking of the Yankees, Jim Brower is pitching for Scranton Wilkes-Barre. The AAA team for the New York Yankees comes into the game to take over on the mound.
32 games for Jim, 5-1 win and loss, and 14 saves, 11 walks, and 36 strikeouts in the season for Jim.
Now a veteran pitcher, 34 years old.
Started off the season in Indianapolis. Moved on to Scranton.
Robert Andino, the hometown Albuquerque Isotopes, hits it in the air to left field. Timo Perez out there to make the catch. And speaking of the surname Perez, your DNA donor, Mr. Tony Perez, our guest when we return to Albuquerque.
Good DNA.
Agassi's goodbye at the U.S. Open was a great moment.
Yeah.
You should cry at the ESPYs.
Nah.
Let me see you cry.
No.
Come on, cry. Come on, cry a little.
No.
Be human.
No way.
I don't think he can cry.
Come on, cry.
Just cry. Oh my God, he's crying. It's okay. Okay, now this is getting uncomfortable.
The ESPYs with host Jimmy Kimmel and LeBron James, Sunday at 9 on ESPN, presented by Hummer and Under Armour.
Any more strokes and this score will be as high as my phone bill. Man, I hate the phone company.
Something just dawned on me, Jim. Cable phone service has new technology and costs you way less than you're paying now.
Great. Hole's over there.
Where will you be when it dawns on you? Cable is revolutionizing phone service just like it did with TV and internet. Cable phone. Clearly a better choice.
New Q horsepower is
is here, and no leading synthetic oil delivers more power than Q horsepower, which is why it's recommended by Ferrari for every oil change. New Q horsepower. Unleash all your horses.
IL leading the PCL 7-5 as we go to the top of the 7th here in Albuquerque. And let's flash back, shall we? Oh, the big red machine. Tony Perez, 7-time All-Star. He's the 1967 All-Star MVP when he homered in the 15th inning off Catfish Hunter. And a Hall of Famer. We had to twist his arm a little bit to join us here tonight.
He better have joined.
Tony, thanks for joining us. It's been fun to talk about the Reds-Dodgers rivalry. What were some of your recollections of those days?
Oh, yeah. A lot of when we in the Western Division, we always had to beat the Dodgers because they were the rival, and we did it. We did it a couple of times, and 75, 76, and we come out on top.
That's what I told Tommy. He took over in 77. I said, smart man. Wait until after the 76 season to take over.
Yeah, he told everybody. He beat me. I say, no, you never beat me. When you beat the Reds, I was in Montreal. No, you didn't beat me. Never.
Luis Rivas at the plate. Tony, you hit the home run in 1967's All-Star Game off Catfish Hunter. What do you remember about that at bat in the 15th inning?
Well, that's 40 years ago, but that was fun. I come in on the 10th inning and I hit that.
What a catch, Delwyn Young. Delwyn Young of the Las Vegas 51s of the Dodgers.
Great play by him. And this is the difference between the PCL and the International League. That's a fly ball in the International League. Delwyn Young plays in the PCL. He knows that ball carries, went to the ball, went to the wall, recognized where it was, and then leaped and saved at least extra base hits and maybe a home run.
Nice catch by Young for the second out of the inning. The breaking ball is low. Tony, sorry to interrupt you. That was quite a defensive play.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad he wasn't playing left field when I hit that ball 40 years ago.
That's where I get my sense of humor from.
Well, I hit that ball, and that was great because it was my first All-Star game, and I come up in the 10th inning, and in the 15th I come up again and hit that home run win for the National League.
Off the glove of the pitcher Wood, and it's going to be an infield hit for Perez. Here's the offspring, Eduardo Perez, along with Mark Neely. Great to have you with us here in Albuquerque for the 2007 AAA All Star Game. This has been very entertaining. We knew there was going to be a lot of offense here tonight.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm surprised there hasn't been even more because the wind is picking up now that the sun is set. The pitching has been very impressive for both International and Pacific Coast. They've made the adjustment after that first inning.
Well, the pitching change coming up here, and we have Dad down below. We can talk about a few more things, obviously, with Hall of Famer Tony Perez, who went in the year 2000. Tony, you played some AAA, and I know it was in San Diego, and people are probably thinking San Diego. This obviously is before the Padres expansion team in 1969. But you played the old Pacific Coast League, right, in San Diego?
That's all right. In '64, I played on the Pacific Coast League, and I got a pretty good year out there. I was MVP of the league, and that was great. And we won everything. We won well, it wasn't an All-Star game in that time. I never been in the minor league All-Star game, and I'm glad I'm here today because I already participated in one.
So you played in 7 Major League All-Star games, but as you said, there really weren't the All-Star games around in the minor leagues at that point.
No, at that time, no, we don't have any.
Well, hey, what was it like when Eduardo was coming up, especially when he got into pro ball in the Angels organization? What was it like for you? Because you were obviously still active every day in Major League Baseball in a role, but watching him develop into a very good Major League player.
Well, I was proud because you know, he followed my steps, and he went to college, and then he signed, and then he got to the big leagues, and he had a pretty good career, and you know, and he got a lot of injuries early, but he come up and beat that, and really, I think Eduardo worked harder and harder every year to come up with what he was, And right now, I think he want to do the same thing on the broadcast.
Bobby, that being said, where are you taking me out to dinner? This is your town. This is your AAA affiliate team. I know you know exactly the places to go here, so you're buying, right?
Okay, I'm buying today. I've been buying for some time a year now.
Hey, some people may not realize, Tony, that what you do in the Marlins organization, you spend a lot of time, right, with the players coming up through their system.
Right. What we're trying to do is trying to get to know the players in the minor leagues, and they to know me and Andre. And then when they get to the big league, they knew who we are and how we want to help them.
Tony, thanks so much for visiting with us. We appreciate you taking the time.
All right, thank you. Eduardo, take the time, okay? We'll do it tonight.
Okay, you got it. Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sounds like you're buying. Mark Worrell from the Memphis Redbirds and the St. Louis Cardinals organization enters the game.
Oh, he picked that up at the last minute, didn't he? Threw that in.
Threw that right in, yeah. Mark Worrell, who, by the way, is no relation to former Cardinal closer Todd Worrell and his brother Tim.
Mark with 31 games, 39 strikeouts, 3.2 ERA.
And a very unusual delivery. Unorthodox.
Unorthodox. And I was speaking with Mike Butcher, and we grew up, you know, we came up together through the organization, and now he's a pitching coach for the Angels. And the first thing he said is, unorthodox is good. Hitters are not comfortable with that.
Well, the flip to Andino in the force play. Worrell just needs a couple of pitches to finish it off. The International League leads the PCL 7-5.
What will you do with your energy today? Will you simply expend it? Or will you use it to make a difference? Invest it in ways that will help generations to come. The people of Citgo have invested our energy in ways that may surprise you. For generations, we've been using our energy to do good in communities across the U.S. Citgo, there at every turn.
Dear Adrian Peterson, 3 years ago, you ruined my alma mater's perfect season. Today, I'm gonna ruin your day. You're probably thinking, hey man, isn't 3 years a long time to grind an axe? Maybe, but it's my axe, and I'm gonna do whatever I want with it. NCAA Football 08, rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Attention men with thinning hair. The pictures you're seeing are of men who have used powerful one-application Proceed, the once every 90 days product for men with thinning hair. Now ordered by over 50,000 men, Proceed has been sold at the prestigious and exclusive Giuseppe Franco's of Beverly Hills.
I'm not putting my name on the line for something that doesn't work.
This is real, folks. It works.
Stop everything you're doing and get this product in your hands right away.
Stop the daily routine and get started with powerful one-application Proceed.
And it's risk-free, so you got nothing to lose by trying it.
Proceed's been selling at Giuseppe Franco's for $450. But call now and you can try Proceed for 90 days absolutely risk-free. Plus receive a free shampoo and conditioner as your gift for trying. We couldn't say it if it wasn't true. Proceed can begin to work after your very first application. Proceed, we're the one. Just one application every 90 days. Operators are standing by, so call now for your risk-free trial.
The sun's setting on a gorgeous night here in Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 2007 AAA All Star Game. Boy, a lot of scoring early, but all of a sudden there are a lot of zeros going up on the scoreboard, Eduardo.
Pitching has made the adjustment. Baseball is a game of adjustment, and they've done a fabulous job. A lot of goose eggs in the latter 3 innings.
7th inning stretch time here at Isotopes Park. A lot of scoring early came via the home run ball. Mike Hessman and Brandon Moss hit back-to-back homers in the top of the first inning in a 4-run International League first. But in the bottom half, Valentino Pascucci of the hometown Albuquerque Isotopes hit a 2-run rope out to left. But now the pitching starting to take control of this game. coming up Sunday night. Sunday Night Baseball this week will come to you from Philadelphia as Ryan Howard and the Phillies will host Albert Pujols and the Cardinals. It's a special start time this weekend. Make note, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 o'clock on the West Coast, as the 2007 ESPY Awards will follow Sunday Night Baseball. And Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell on ESPN and ESPN HD. Nice crowd at Isotopes Park. The 2007 AAA All Star Game next year, since the leagues alternate. It will go to Louisville, Kentucky in Louisville Slugger Field. So the International League will be the host team in 2008 in the Bluegrass State.
Saw Harry Carey.
Harry Canary.
Harry Canary singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. The fans have been fabulous here in Albuquerque. They've really taken in the Isotopes and done a great job hosting this All-Star Game.
Manny Acosta from the Richmond Braves is the new pitcher for the International League.
And direct from Panama. 32 games, 7-3 and 9 saves. A 2.2 ERA, 28 walks and 43 strikeouts. Very live arm from Manny. Wanted me to say hello to his native country over there in Panama.
Acosta, who spent the first part of his career in the Yankees organization, signed by the Braves as a free agent July of 2003.
26 years young.
We move into the bottom of the 7th inning. PCL at bat, trailing by 2.
Patterson had a great at bat last time. Lefty on left. Line drive single. Then he got picked off. Those are the little things of the game that get watched and looked at by the major league teams, their parent teams. And they hope that those players learn from those mistakes.
No balls and 2 strikes. Eric Patterson facing Manny Acosta. The 0-2 pitch.
One of the big differences between the major leagues and the AAA is also the maturity, not only physically, but the mental part, the mental aspect of the game, how the players make an adjustment to how they were gotten out the time before or how they were set up by a pitch, by the previous pitch. And that goes also for hitters as it does for pitchers. Pitchers have to learn how to be able to put away a hitter, not only as a strikeout, but how to get that ground ball, how to set up that hitter.
The 2-2 to Patterson. And he strikes out.
That was a wicked breaking ball right there. Got him out front with a good drop by Manny Acosta.
New battery. Acosta's joined by Jason Jaramillo now catching. We had 2 catchers from Racine, Wisconsin in this game. Jaramillo's from Racine. And Vinny Rotino, who began behind the plate for the Pacific Coast League, also from Racine, Wisconsin.
You don't see that too often.
No, you do not. That's obscure to have that small town south of Milwaukee represented here twice with 2 catchers. Back to Acosta. 2 outs.
Well, we know that he can strike out a guy, and we know that he can field his position. 2 key elements in that the young pitcher has.
Here comes Adam Jones once again. Jones doubled and scored in the first inning. 1 for 3 tonight.
Mariners believe that this kid could be a 15 to 20 base stealing guy threat in the major league level. They really want him to work on his base stealing. And some players are gifted on how to run the bases. It's a lost art where people really don't take a look at.
Foul territory, and the attempt of Mulhern. Tough play there. Out of reach. There at first base, Ryan Mulhern from the Buffalo Bisons, Cleveland Indians organization.
Well, yeah, the Seattle Mariners have a great outfield in AAA in Tacoma. They have Jeremy Reed hitting .290 with 8 home runs over there, and then Vladimir Ballantine. He was at the Futures game. This kid is 23 years old, just turned 23, hitting .328, 20 homers, 66 RBIs with a .993 OPS. Those are some serious numbers from Vladimir Ballantine from the Dominican Republic.
Well, Adam Jones right now 4th in the PCL in homers, 3rd in RBIs, and he's top 5 in slugging percentage as well.
Okay, so you're topping the numbers I just threw at you.
Still, that's a pretty impressive outfield there, Ballantine included. And there's strike 3. A fastball nips the outside corner. We have finished off 7 innings here in Albuquerque in the 2007 AAA All Star Game, and the IL has a 2-run lead.
In the past 30 years, over 120 million fans have come out to watch minor league baseball games. I'm Mike Moore, president of Minor League Baseball, thanking you and reminding you there's one place we can all go to celebrate our passion for the game, MILB.com. Get into the game and find updates on player transactions, seasonal awards, organizational reports, prospect reviews, league highlights, and suit-up and team gear from the MILB shop. Join us at MILB.com, where it's fun to be a fan.
Breakthrough in automotive technology. Introducing ZNet, only at AutoZone. ZNet gives every AutoZoner the power to find you the right part faster, along with diagrams, photos, and complete instructions. So you'll get the job done right the first time, every time. Come in for a test drive today. ZNet, available only when you get in the zone. AutoZone.
The home run, the opposite field home run has been prominent tonight. It was Mike Hessman, 2-run shot in the first, and then right after him, Brandon Moss hits one out. At the bottom of the inning, Valentino Pascucci, a missile out, and Craig Brazell of the Omaha Royals goes opposite field. And it's a 7-5 International League lead as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Dean Traynor, the manager of the PCL squad, and of course the manager here at Albuquerque, joins us. You weren't surprised one bit, were you, by the early fireworks?
Absolutely not. It's what you expected tonight, especially with the power in both of these lineups.
Dean, how do you manage a pitching staff with a ballpark that that plays this way?
I'll tell you, you try to, sometimes you have to go with an extra pitcher, and we have done that at times this year with, 13 pitchers and 11 position players. But, the thing about pitching here, obviously it's tough to pitch here, but, it teaches these guys how to pitch. You got to get the ball down. You got to get the breaking ball out of the zone late in the count, and you saw that in the first inning that we didn't do that, and we paid the price for that.
So does that explain why the Marlins pitchers, when they get to the big leagues from Albuquerque, are that much better?
No question, and I've always felt this way about Albuquerque, that if you come in here and you're successful here, you can pitch here, you can pitch anywhere.
Dean, you've really become tied to the city, haven't you? Not only have you managed here, but people may forget the time you were a pitching coach here in the Dodgers organization.
Absolutely. Spent the last 2 years that the Dodgers were here. I was with Mike Scioscia his last year as a Dodger before he got the Angel job, and it's been a great city, great, as you saw over the last few days, a great fan base here, and they've been good to me for a long time.
Been a great show tonight. Thanks so much, Dean.
Thank you.
Dean Trainer, the manager of the PCL and the Albuquerque Isotopes. This team right now down a couple of runs. John Ford Griffin now at the plate.
Florida State product.
I knew you were going to get the Seminoles in there somehow.
I have to get the Noles in there.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say John Ford Griffin finished with a higher career batting average at Florida State than Eduardo Perez, since Griffin hit over 400 all 3 of his years there. He sends one to center field on the warning track just before getting to the Topes slope.
Mark, now you're
for the
picking
first
on
out.
me. Now you're picking on me.
But he, as they say, raked in college, didn't he? And now is doing so in pro ball.
Yes, he did, and he's turned out to be a very good ball player. He came up with the Toronto Blue Jay organization, and it's been around for a while.
Well, we have a pitching change coming. International League with a 7-5 lead over the PCL, and Dean Trainer will use his bullpen.
5,500 athletes, 42 countries, 28 events, one dream. From every corner north to south, they will represent your country, your colors. Support your athletes and follow the 15th Pan American Games live from Rio on ESPN Deportes. Every day, every event, a reason to watch. Don't miss the opening ceremony of the 15th Pan American Games 2007 this Friday on ESPN.
Hammond Street, Bangor is the home of the sports arena and BangorTickets.com.
Make a smooth approach. Make smooth contact with Electric Shave Pre-Shave Lotion. Stands up whiskers for up to a 52% closer shave. Electric Shave. Blade close, electric smooth.
This season, replace the feeling of red, itchy, irritated skin fast with the healing feeling of Cortisone 10. It has 10 healing moisturizers plus the strongest itch relief medicine without a prescription. All day, all night, feel the heal of Cortisone 10.
ESPN's presentation of the AAA All Star Game. Brought to you by Sandia Resort and Casino. Sandia Resort and Casino is close to home, far from ordinary. And the best place in the universe, New Mexico, Earth. Visit www.newmexico.org.
Here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 2007 AAA All Star Game. We're in the top of the 8th, 7-5, the International League leading, and with one out, the new pitcher into the game from the Colorado Springs Sky Sox and the Colorado Rockies, Ryan Spire.
Ryan Spire, closer for the Sky Sox in Colorado Springs. Has an ERA of 3.9, an impressive ERA for the altitude that they have over there in Colorado.
Yeah, what people may not realize, it's a mile high in Denver, but Colorado Springs is a few thousand feet higher, like 7,000 plus feet. And Spire, impressive numbers, leading the PCL with 23 saves. Ryan Mulhern fouls it out of play right side.
Pleasure in spring training to spend some time with Ryan, as I was also with the Cleveland Indians. And this kid has good, not good, he has great power. Very good power. The knock on him was always his defense. And I spoke with him earlier asking him, how is your defense? And, you know, he said, listen, I'm hitting. And if this kid can hit, they're going to find a spot for him. And that's what he plans on doing.
A nifty 2 turned by the PCL to win the top of the 8th. The 6-4-3 twin killing, and the home kid, Robert Andino of Albuquerque, getting it started. Patterson to Barton.
I changed my oil. Why worry about engine sludge?
You can't see sludge coming, but it can rob gas mileage and hold your car back.
Yeah, right.
Castrol GTX has a powerful formula to stop sludge in its tracks.
Give me a burger, fries.
GTX's unique dispersants neutralize sludge for superior protection among leading 5W and 10W30s.
And some extra napkins.
Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
This is Mr. Cal Ripken.
The great Cal Ripken Jr. Congratulations on getting into the Hall of Fame.
Thanks, sir. Yeah.
Cal, I'm Chet. We went to Aberdeen High School together.
We did?
I was just saying to my crazy buddy the other day, whatever happened to Cal Ripken? He said, I haven't heard. What line of work are you in?
Well, I was a baseball player all those years.
No kidding. Yeah. My gosh. Well, good for you. Where was this now, in Jamaica?
Ted Strick. Teddy, he broke, like, a lot of records. He's pretty famous.
Oh, so that was your vocation.
Attention, all Medicare beneficiaries who need assistance getting around their homes. There is a Medicare benefit that may qualify you for a new power chair or scooter at little to no cost to you. Imagine one scooter or power chair that could improve your mobility and your life. One Medicare benefit that, with private insurance, may entitle you to pay little to nothing to own it. One company that can make it all happen.
Your power chair will be paid in full.
The Scooter Store.
Hi, I'm Dan Weston. We're experts at getting you the scooter or power chair you need. In fact, if we pre-qualify you for Medicare reimbursement and Medicare denies your claim, we'll give you your new power chair or scooter free.
I didn't pay a penny out of pocket for my power chair. With help from the Scooter Store, Medicare and my insurance covered it all.
Call the Scooter Store for free information today.
Call 800-580-1387 for free information. That number again is 800-580-1387.
The International League has never trailed in this game. They're up 7-5. We haven't had any scoring since the fourth inning. Well, let's flash back. The Hawk, Andre Dawson, who won the MVP award for the Cubs. Played in the Major League 76 to 96, 438 career home runs, 8 times an All-Star in Major League Baseball. You know, Andre, people may not realize, though, your AAA days, long before the Colorado Rockies, everybody talks about how the ball flies out. You played in Denver. What was it like playing there in AAA?
It was very exciting. You know, I started the season actually on the road with Denver, and to get to a major league city like a Denver and play in a big league ballpark in Mile High Stadium, that was pretty exciting compared to playing in the minor league stadiums that I had experienced in A-ball, AA, and prior to getting to AAA.
Hawk, you were one of the premier top 5-tool players in the game. I mean, you could do it all. Do you see anybody out here in the field right now that resembles a 5-tool player?
I like Adams a lot. I like what I've seen from him. You know, he has had a couple of tough last ABs, but I like his makeup. He goes back on the ball real well. Has a pretty good idea and a real good approach at the plate.
Hey, Hawk, how frequently do you get a chance to get out of Miami and then get around the Marlins minor league organization?
I used to do it when the team travels. They go on the road trips. And I've only gone to 2 affiliates so far. As soon as I get back home next week, I go visit the high A-ball Jupiter team.
Hey, Hawk, my dad's buying. You want to go out to dinner after?
Well, if they lose, he's definitely buying.
Andre, thanks for the chat.
Okay, you're more than welcome.
Andre Dawson, the Hawk, our guest. Bobby Korecki from the Rochester Red Wings and the Minnesota Twins, our new pitcher here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, you're starting some ugly rumors about your dad paying for dinner.
You got to get him when you can.
Korecki, originally taken by the Phillies in '91 and 2002 out of the University of Michigan. He was involved in the trade with Carlos Silva, Nick Punto, Eric Milton actually came over. There's Korecki's numbers on the year, 22 saves.
Old Steve Phillips' alma mater. University of Michigan, 40 games pitched, 22 saves, 20 walks and 36 strikeouts and 47 2/3 innings.
Korecki was the Eastern League Rolaids Relief Man Award winner with 31 saves in AA not long ago. 2-0 pitch fouled away by Derek Barton.
One thing you have to teach me is the foul balls when they come into the booth. You have more experience than I do over here.
Here's what you do. You duck and you get out of the way.
I yell panic.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I got a monitor here. I'm going to put it right in front of me.
It's kind of funny to watch fans in the stands who are always going after these hot shots, yet you have former players like yourself that know better. When you don't have a glove, Derek Barton in the right center field.
I really wasn't known for my glove.
Oh.
Nice piece of hitting right there by Barton in his second at-bat of the night.
That was quite a confession right there.
Well, it wasn't a secret, that's for sure.
Well, this is a great swing here by Derek Barton.
Absolutely. You see him just stay with it. His nose stays right on the ball. Good follow through. Line drives. Doesn't matter. Sometimes you hit line drives and they go right at the guys, but you keep doing that, they're going to fall in more often than not.
Barton at first with 1 out. Tomas De La Rosa with a big cut. 1 ball and 1 strike.
De La Rosa out of the Dominican Republic.
In the air right side. Still going. And finally run down by Luis Rivas.
That's a veteran second baseman making the adjustment to the wind. You see him right here, just get under, backstepping it, takes a step to his right, catches it on his side. That way he won't keep backpedaling. Crosses over, good job. Remember, Luis Rivas used to play second base for the Minnesota Twins, and that was a tough place to catch pop-ups. So that should have been romper room for him.
The roof of the Metrodome has caused many headaches. Rivas, who has nearly 5 years of major league time.
Kidding aside, Timo Perez and Rivas were joking, saying, hey, you're the old man. You got more time than I do. And the other one back and forth going at it. So it's the beauty of the All-Star game at any level. Guys get together and tell their experiences.
Rivas still only 27 years old. He's a relatively young guy. 94 miles per hour.
He could really help. I mean, he could help some teams out there, and you see him right now with the Cleveland Indian organization. Barfield doing such a great job at second base for them, and never know that insurance that you have there if something were ever to happen at the big league level. As they say in AAA, you're just an injury away from getting called up.
2-2 count on Sean Barker, the Colorado Springs Sky Sox and Colorado Rockies. Hard hit and fair past third. Barton, the lead runner, headed for third. Perez's throw there is cut off. And Sean Barker with the extra base hit. The PCL has the tying runs in scoring position.
Sean Barker right there, you see it's a breaking ball. Keeps the bat head in the zone long enough to keep it fair. Takes a step, puts his foot down before the ball gets there, goes down and gets it. That'll help the slugging percentage.
Double for Barker, who got his first big league time not long ago when the Rockies released Steve Finley. Sean went up for a brief time. Now here's the PCL with the tying runs in scoring position with 2 outs for Mark Johnson, the catcher.
I referred earlier to the injury away. It's interesting when you're in AAA and something happens at the big league level. First thing, guys, the rumor starts going, hey, something happened. Who gets called up? Who gets, it could be you, it could be the other guy. And the rumor, the buzz starts, and sometimes they call a guy up from AA.
Like Troy Tulowitzki came up from AA Tulsa. Varmus was sent down.
Guys get heartbroken, but at other times, the most often than not, it comes from AAA. And it's exciting when guys get called up. I remember being in the clubhouse in Edmonton when Orlando Palmeiro got called up for the first time, and he was crying his eyes off.
He was very happy.
Intense.
And he's had a long major league career. There's ball 4 for Mark Johnson. It's loaded the bases here. Don't look now, Edward, but the PCL, which has never led in this game, maybe an extra base hit away from taking their first lead.
It's starting to get exciting. No runs have been scored for the last 4 innings, and now there's a threat with 2 outs.
And look who's at the plate. One of the hometown favorites, Robert Andino of the Albuquerque Isotopes.
I think they planned it this way.
I was going to say, this has storybook written over it if he's able to find a gap here. The pitch from Bobby Korecki. And he gets ahead with a strike. Well, we've gone through almost 8 innings of this game, Eduardo, and getting guys in and being able to play is one thing. Now it's an opportunity to win or lose a game here. Bragging rights.
Yes, it is. He shouldn't try to do too much with this. This is where the maturity level takes toll here, where all he has to do is try to get a single. With a single, he ties the game. Big swing.
62 miles per hour at this off-speed pitch.
Big swing, got caught out in front a bit right there. You see a good tight slider. His back foot, right foot leaves the ground. Way ahead. Let's see if he has him set up now for a fastball in or another slider down and away.
There's only been one grand slam hit in AAA All Star Game history. Gerald Laird with the Oklahoma Redhawks. The Texas Rangers organization hit one in 2005. He was in the game in Sacramento, California.
Saw that previous pitch. It was a hanger on a 1-2 count. That was a mistake. Those things you can get away with them at this level, but that's another hanger right there. But at the major league level, if you need to have that pitch down and away, you better get it down and away. If not, the hitter will hurt you. And that's why these guys are here trying to refine their skills to get to that level.
Robert Andino, who's a Miami kid, went to Southridge High School. The Marlins selected him in the 2nd round in 2002. Had a little big league time with them in 05 and 06. High heat at 93, and Andino strikes out. And the PCL leaves the bases loaded. Korecki ends the threat. We played 8 innings here in Albuquerque, and right now it's the IL by 2.
One of the days I'll never forget, when Barry cut right, back, forward, then left. The late hits, the deep ball, the games that don't quit. The clothesline, the face mask, and the benches that won't sit. When Rice reinvented hustle, Icky did the shuffle, Elway launched the aerial attack. I missed that game. 2K Sports has brought it back. Football's returned to the fans who helped make it. And this time we'll keep it and won't let them take it. All Pro Football 2K8, rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Sport brings us all together. The people of Citgo salute baseball and all the incredible places the game can take us. Citgo, there at every turn.
We believe in going our own way, no matter which way the rest of the world is going. We don't believe it should take a lifetime of working for the man to ride with us. Low monthly payments available through July 31st. Starting MSRP for 2007 models is $6,595.
The 2007 AAA All Star Game in Albuquerque moves to the 9th inning. International League leading the PCL by a 7-5 score. And Brandon Watson began the game center field for the International League. RBI double in the 2nd, Brandon. Take me through that at bat.
You know, just see the ball and hit it. And got a good pitch, and I, tried to get the barrel of the ball on the barrel of the bat on the ball, and that's what I did.
Is that what you did for 43 consecutive games earlier this year?
Pretty much. I mean, I'm an aggressive hitter, so I'm going to go after the ball. You know, the pitchers come at me, so I'm going to definitely let them know when they throw a strike.
But rumor has it you were real calm and collective, just like you are leaning against that wall right there during that streak.
Oh, yeah. It's baseball. It's what we do, you know. This is a great game, and we're having a good time doing it.
Besides the achievement of the streak, what are you going to take away from that 43-game hitting streak?
Oh, man, it's just the fact to hit 43 straight games is amazing, you know. Just the fact that I did it, you know, and nobody can ever take that away from me.
Absolutely not. Congratulations on that. Hey, thanks, Brandon.
Hey, appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Brandon Watson, an RBI double. Went opposite field in that at-bat, didn't he, Eduardo?
Yes, he did. And that's what he does. He stays inside the ball, and he's able to put the ball in play and let things happen. And you do that, good things will happen, especially in fields like this, where the defense, the third baseman will be playing in. Now we have Chad Harville up, 37 games and 22 saves, 16 walks with 32 strikeouts, posting a nice ERA of 2.70.
Veteran player Chad Harville came up originally in the Oakland organization. Made his big league debut in 1999 with the A's. This is a guy, though, who has some postseason time. Even though he was on the A's postseason roster in 03, he did not pitch in the AL Division Series against Boston. But in 2004, for Houston, he did pitch against Atlanta in the National League Division Series, and also in the National League Championship Series against the Cardinals. He pitched in 3 games against St. Louis.
That's good stuff right there with that slider down and got the hitter swinging away.
We are at Isotopes Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The 2007 AAA All Star Game into the 9th inning now. Mark Neely along with Eduardo Perez. This has been very entertaining. Great show here in Albuquerque. Great weather. What a terrific atmosphere.
And you see those flags in the background there. They're blown away to left field, and that just tells you how good pitching can control good hitting. These guys have been able to keep the ball down, and the second half of the game, the offense has just been completely shut down. You see those flags going away, and hitters haven't been able to make the adjustment to these good quality relief pitching that the International and Pacific League had been able to put up.
Jason Jaramillo from the Ottawa Lynx to the Philadelphia Phillies. The catcher fouled at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jaramillo, who was a 2nd-round pick by the Phillies in 2004 out of Oklahoma State.
Out of Wisconsin, no relation to Rudy.
Racine, Wisconsin.
Great hitting coach for the Texas Rangers.
Slow ground ball. Barton steps on for the first out, and 2 down here in the top of the 9th.
Harville keeping the ball down, getting 2 quick outs. Veteran pitcher that he is, just having fun. Got those 2. Dean Trainer trying to get those pitchers in the game so they can have some experience.
The trainer says he wants to make a point of getting everybody in, and we're going to have a pitching change with 2 down here in the top of the 9th.
I, Tony Sinclair, in my relentless pursuit of cocktail perfection, journeyed to exotic India in search of the fabled Rangpur lime. The quest was arduous, but the result, delicious.
Discover Tanqueray Rangpur, the new mixable gin that goes with everything.
What's next? Ice cubes that don't melt. Ready to Tanqueray, Rangpur style.
Always in moderation.
Got rumbling hunger. Shut it up with the new barbecue bacon tender crisp from Burger King. It shuts up hunger in 1 shot. Others may take 2 tries or more. Got a belly barking for premium chicken? Shut up! Shut it up with the barbecue bacon tender crisp, the most powerful sandwich in its class from Burger King.
Hey, here's something we should talk about. The Colts won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, man. I think it was good for Peyton Manning.
You got to win a Super Bowl.
We don't win Super Bowls.
Not with that attitude.
The ESPYs with host Jimmy Kimmel and LeBron James, Sunday at 9 on ESPN.
Coming up on SportsCenter is A-Rod staying put in New York and why it may take $30 million a year to keep him. Which NFL rookie will be asked to be the next Reggie Bush? Plus, see the worst plays from baseball's first half. SportsCenter, 11 Eastern.
Here at the top of the ninth with 2 outs, the International League leading the Pacific Coast League 7-5. And now Steve Bray from the Nashville Sounds, Milwaukee Brewers AAA team, comes in. And with Bray's arrival into this game, now everybody on the PCL roster has made an appearance.
4-1 with 28 games, 1.76. Great ERA, 20 walks, 43 strikeouts on the season in 41 innings. Steve Bray's been doing a very good job for the Milwaukee Brewers AAA organization.
Bray, a native of Connecticut. In his second season now in the Brewers organization. Justin Ruggiano from the Durham Bulls and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays gets under one deep towards center field, right center. And there's Young to make the catch. Jones, and we are going to the bottom of the ninth. It's the last chance for the PCL. They're down by 2.
Watch your team's out-of-market games live online. Major League Baseball right to your desktop. MLB.tv. Sign up now on ESPN.com.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Sweet. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Drive it forever.
Your test results came back great. Looks like the 2 of you can have a nice, healthy child together.
So this means that I'm not...
No, you're not lactose intolerant.
They were made for each other. Waffles and soft serve in the new Turtle Waffle Bowl Sundays at Dairy Queen. With fresh baked waffles. Do one. And now go to freezeclickwin.com for a chance to win $500 daily.
Beckham is coming to California to learn the LA Galaxy.
You say stop, and I say go, go, go. Oh no, you say goodbye, and I say hello, hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye, I'll say hello.
Last chance for the PCL as they come up in the bottom of the ninth. The International League has led throughout after a 4-run first, and it's 7-5 IL into the bottom of the ninth. Along with Eduardo Perez, I'm Mark Neely. It was the offense early, but wow, where'd the pitching come from?
I'm surprised because this ballpark dictates to offense, and that just tells you how good the pitching is and how good they have made an adjustment to control the hitters in the second half of this game.
It has been amazing. We have not had any scoring in this game since the 4th inning. And to try to close it out, Corey Doyne.
And that's why they've controlled him. 26 saves and 37 appearances this season with a 2.01 ERA. 13 walks and 44 strikeouts. That would make him an all-star the way he has thrown this season. Baltimore Orioles, I know, will be keeping an eye on him because their bullpen needs some help.
So Doyne, the new pitcher. And some of the crowd here at Isotopes Park in Albuquerque on a gorgeous night. The weather has certainly cooperated.
They've done a great job here in Albuquerque with the fans. The weather has been great. Scenery beautiful.
This is the first time the AAA All Star Game has come back to a city. They had the AAA game here in 1993 and now return in 2007. Eric Patterson is leading off for the PCL here in the bottom of the ninth.
Eric 1 for 4 in the day with an RBI single. Good looking ball player.
It fouled past third. 1 ball, 1 strike. We really haven't talked about Eric's older brother, Corey Patterson. I asked Eric, I said, what's your brother doing for the Major League All-Star break? He said, home in Atlanta, relaxing.
Betcha he's watching this right now because tight-knit family. He was very happy when I was asking him about his family and stuff. You would see the glow in his eye, and very proud player.
His dad, Don, was played at Georgia Tech. That was, has that city of Atlanta and the Pattersons connected. His dad played in the NFL, the Lions and the Giants, but Eric becomes the first out here in the bottom of the 9th.
Chased a high breaking ball for a strike. It's tough in the All-Star game here because you're facing pitchers that you have no idea what they have in their repertoire. And I got a feeling the bullpen in the second half, they've come in 1 inning. Guys have, no clue what they're throwing up there, and they're going out of the zone to chase pitches that are just tough to hit.
Dylan Young of the Dodgers batting. His highlight reel tonight, the catch he made in left field at the fence earlier in the game. Out of play, 0-2.
Should make the top 5 plays of the day. Sports Center, as this is the only game televised nationally today.
Going ahead in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. 89 miles per hour, up high, a ball and 2 strikes. And that grab that he made earlier tonight, here it is again.
That is just knowing where the wall is, puts his right hand against the wall, braces himself, and jumps up and makes a nice grab. He got up there.
He did. Nice grab. Now he's trying to reach base to give the PCL a chance. They need a base runner here. Down by 2. Right to first. Mulhern to the bag. And now the PCL down to their final out.
These relievers are making this ballpark look like it's tough to hit it. He's done a great job making sure the hitters keep the ball on the ground.
The PCL has 1 hit since the 4th inning. Adam Jones. He doubled and scored in the first. Outside from Doyne, ball 1.
Adam Jones stuck in a logjam with Raul Ibanez, Ichiro in center, and Guillen in right. Just got to wait for his time. But
look out.
Look out. That would be, as Garrett Anderson would say, watch your tower.
It got buzzed right there.
Oh, yeah. He would say, watch your tower, dog. It's about patience because Seattle Mariners are stockpiled in their outfield.
Back off Doyne's glove. Rivas can't pick it up. And the PCL will get the tying run to the plate.
Should go as a hit as it went off Doyne's glove. Pitch hit off the end of his bat, broke his bat. See him hustling down the line. Rivas knows that it's a fast runner.
It is a base hit for Jones, his 2nd of this All-Star game. And believe it or not, here's hometown player Valentino Pascucci of the Isotopes, the tying run at the plate. He hit a line drive home run out to left in the 1st inning.
Dean Traynor played this perfectly, having his big bopper up in a key situation. 94 miles per hour on that. He humped up because he was throwing around 89 a couple fastballs ago, and now it's 94. You can tell it's a crucial time. Tying run at the plate.
Valentino Pascucci got a little bit of big league time a few years back with the Expos, and he was in Japan Played for Bobby Valentine's team. The 0-1. And that hits the inside corner, and Doyne has the International League a strike away.
I know people at home are saying, ooh, that hanger looks so easy on TV, but when you're standing at the plate facing a pitcher that's throwing 94 miles per hour, mind you, he's never faced him probably before, not knowing what he throws, that's why you're 0-2.
12,367, the crowd here at Isotopes Park on their feet. The 0-2. He got a piece of it, and it's still alive.
This would be a great continuation of the game if Valentino would do something for his home crowd. I know he wants to so bad. 1 fastball, 2 breaking balls. Does he go out of the zone and he throws fastball up to see if Valentino chases? Or does he go back to the breaking ball? I say fastball up and in.
Goes fastball away, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Complete waste pitch. If he's going to miss, you better miss away. You do not want Valentino to get those strong arms extended, because it could go a long ways.
Corey Doyne trying to close it out for the International League. Just missed with his breaking ball, and it's 2-2.
Oh, he wanted that. He wanted that bad too. You can tell in his body language. Boom, that probably got some plate in the outside corner. Good pitch. But the umpire said, no, no. 1 more.
And there's strike 3, a 94-mile-per-hour fastball on the outside corner. And the storybook finish not to be for Pascucci. And the PCL, the International League, led throughout, and they win it 7-5. Here's the final pitch.
That's what you call a makeup call right there. He missed the one previous to that. That one was even more outside than the breaking ball before that pitch. Valentino, no chance to even swing at that pitch. I don't blame you, buddy. Get him in next year's All Star game.
10 strikeouts for International League pitching in this game, as Doyne gets Pascucci to end it. We'll take a timeout, but we will come back with more from here in Albuquerque, where the IL has beaten the PCL by a score of 7-5.
At Ruby Tuesday, great meals are a matter of course. First course, picked fresh. Second course, grilled to perfection. Third course, sweet moments with friends. Starting at $9.99. Petite sirloin, chicken fresco, Ruby Tuesday.
Inside those headphones is something familiar, a battery. And if you think all batteries are the same, consider this. When even the firefighters have to get out, fire departments all over the world now depend on the T-Pass 3 communicator. And packed inside is the only battery T-Pass trusts, Duracell. So whether it's music to your ears or the signal that could save you, it just has to work. Duracell, trusted everywhere.
Tibet, land of 1,000 mysteries. Make that 1,001. Race car driver Casey Kane. Casey, why are you here living with a group of nomadic yak herders?
Well, I was drinking vitamin water Revive to recover physically, and I realized I needed to try to recover spiritually too. Here, we all work together, whether it's making yak butter or tanning hides, and we are not competitive with one another.
Hey, Kra, Johnson Tanki Yinam, Kiki Jopomendu Yak.
Vitamin water, try it.
Smaller and lighter, with high-speed internet, a 2-megapixel camera, and email in over 130 countries. It has the intelligence you require, with the beauty you desire. The all-new BlackBerry Curve, only from AT&T, the world's leading provider of BlackBerry service. Singular's name is now AT&T.
At Ruby Tuesday, great meals are a matter of course. First course, picked fresh. Second course, grilled to perfection. Third course, sweet moments with friends. Starting at $9.99. Petite sirloin, chicken fresco, Ruby Tuesday.
music and lyrics by William Harley, Arthur, Walter, and William Davidson. You can enjoy today's performance for less per month than you might think. Low monthly payments available through July 31st. Starting MSRP for 2007 models is $6,595.
This is Mr. Cal Ripken.
The great Cal Ripken Jr. Congratulations on getting into the Hall of Fame. Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Cal, I'm Ted. We went to Aberdeen High School together.
We did?
I was just saying to my crazy buddy the other day, whatever happened to Cal Ripken? He said, I haven't heard. What line of work are you in?
Well, I was a baseball player all those years.
No kidding. Yeah. My gosh. Well, good for you. Where was this now, in Jamaica?
Ted's Teddy, he broke, like, a lot of records. He's pretty famous.
Oh, so that was your vocation.
The International League has beaten the Pacific Coast League 7-5 here in Albuquerque in the 2007 AAA All Star Game, and the MVP is Timo Perez. Couple of hits, couple of RBIs. Timo with Toledo and the Tigers organization joins us. Timo, take me through your RBI at bats tonight. You were swinging the bat very well.
Yeah, I'm betting fine. You know, I take the whole game for the manager for the national PCR. You know, I'm happy, you know, that I take my whole game, the good swing, good opportunity for RBI. Is very happy.
Timoniel, I'm going to ask him in Spanish real quick. ¿A quién tú le dedicas este juego? Who do you dedicate this game to?
Bueno, le dedico este juego a mi madre allá en Dominica, República, en Palenque, que se lo dedico con todo el alma y a mi familia en general.
He says he dedicated this game to his whole entire family in the Dominican Republic, his mom that's in Palenque in the Dominican Republic.
Timo, thank you much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Timo Perez, the MVP of the 2007 AAA All Star Game. Here's how we got going. Mike Hessman, opposite field to right. Hessman of Toledo, two-run shot. It was the first of back-to-back homers. Brandon Moss goes to left center field, and it was a four-run first inning, top half of the first, for the International League. Brandon Watson in the second with a double down the left field line. That brought in Brian Bixler. And then a base hit by Timo Perez, one of his two tonight. That one up the middle in the fourth. And the International League wins it by a final of 7-5. We'll come back with final thoughts from here in Albuquerque, where the All-Star Game is won by the International League.
One of the days I'll never forget, when Barry cut right, back, forward, then left. The late hits, the deep ball, the games that don't quit. The clothesline, the face mask, and the benches that won't sit. When Rice reinvented hustle, Icky did the shuffle. Elway launched the aerial attack. I missed that game. 2K Sports has brought it back. Football's returned to the fans who helped make it. And this time we'll keep it and won't let them take it. All Pro Football 2K8, rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
You're witnessing part of the training program for Citgo employees. It's called Life, where we depend on little things like buttons and paper clips, and on incredible people like firefighters and teachers. Like you, the people of Citgo know how important it is to be dependable, because for generations, we've delivered a steady supply of oil that's helped fuel this extraordinary thing we call life. Citgo, there at every turn.
We believe in going our own way, no matter which way the rest of the world is going. We don't believe it should take a lifetime of working for the man to ride with us. Low monthly payments available through July 31st. Starting MSRP for 2007 models is $6,595.
The top star award goes to Timo Perez of the Toledo Mud Hens, the Detroit Tigers organization. He's played in a couple of World Series, but he's your MVP here in the 2007 AAA All Star Game. Eduardo Perez, I'm Mark Neely. This game totally changed in the fifth inning. All the scoring came in the first four innings, so pitching really stepped up in this game.
Good pitching always controls good hitting, and that's what we saw here tonight. We saw pitchers that will be at the next level. We saw Manny Acosta come in and just blow hitters away. We saw many good pitchers, not only in the last few innings, but also Brian Bullington struck out 4 in the first 2 innings of the game, and I think that is a good sign for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Who are some of the other pitchers that maybe stuck out late in the game? Because it really, again, Corey Doyne came in. Chad
Harville also did very well. A veteran pitcher came in and did well. Doyne did great. Made sure that he wasn't beat by a big home run. All these guys did superb tonight, and it's amazing how much good pitching can really affect the caliber of the hitters.
Eduardo, what a show this was tonight. City of Albuquerque did itself proud. Very nice.
It was beautiful. Second time I've been here to do an All-Star game. One as a player, one as an analyst, and it's great to be back.
It was fun show tonight as the International League wins it by a final of 7-5 here at Isotopes Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And the International League won it last year, and they have now tied this series at 5 wins apiece in the AAA All Star Game. Well, once again, our final score, the International League 7 and the Pacific Coast League 5. Stay tuned. Up next on ESPN2 is the Wednesday night fights in Hollywood. And the AAA All Star Game has been a sparkling success here in Albuquerque. Again, Wednesday night fights coming up next. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Eduardo Perez and our entire ESPN crew, I'm Mark Neely. Good night from Albuquerque, where the International League beats the Pacific Coast League 7-5.
Hollywood Boulevard, the only place to be tonight. The Kodak Theater, best known as home to the Academy Awards, but tonight the center of the sports universe. All the stars have come out for the ESPYs and Wednesday night fights post party. Among those on the red carpet, Shaquille O'Neal, Christian Slater, Maria Sharapova, #1 pick Greg Oden, Samuel Jackson, Super Bowl champ Peyton Manning, and always ready for a fight is Carl Weathers, a.k.a. Apollo Creed. It's a walk of fame for a star-studded evening. And what a fight they'll be enjoying. Joel Julio could be walking that red carpet someday. The power puncher still thought of as a potential future star of the sport. But tonight, it's a tough task. Cornelius K9 Bundridge has starred in L.A. as a reality show legend. Now this Contender Season 2 favorite has some KO momentum of his own.
The dog is coming. When you hear that, start running.
It's an evening with plenty of LA celeb and sports star sizzle. K9, Julio, and the ESPYs all on this very special Wednesday night fights. ESPN Boxing has made its annual trip to the ESPYs. We're at the Hollywood and Highland Center Central Courtyard, just steps away from the Kodak Theater, where the ESPY Awards are finishing up and then filtering out here to Wednesday night fights. Good evening, everybody. I'm Joe Tessitore, and I welcome you to Wednesday night fights. It's always been a strong connection between Hollywood and boxing, and tonight our featured matchup plays right into one of those fight movie scripts. On one side, we have the older, lifelong underdog who has had to overcome personal tragedy. On the other side, we have the young, devastating power puncher who for most of his career has seemingly been on a collision course for a world title. I'm now joined by my partner, Teddy Atlas. Well, K9, he's always the underdog. Joel Julio, he's been playing the role of feared favorite.
Well, K9's a dog, you know, as he uses as that moniker. Then he would be a dog with teeth, a good set of teeth on the top. But he's fighting a dog with a set of teeth on the top and on the bottom. Cornelius has a right hand. That's the good news. And it's a strong right hand. That's the upper teeth. But his opponent, Julio, has teeth on the top and the bottom. He's got a good right hand and he has a good left hand. And that is why Bundridge is an underdog, and that's why it's going to be very difficult tonight for him to be able to pull off a victory. He really deserves to be in the underdog role today.
Yeah, this is one to look forward to. Many in the fight game have been anticipating this main event for a while. This is no ordinary Wednesday night fights. We're going to have plenty of celeb sightings and sports stars joining us. So a little extra power added to the broadcast in the form of Lisa Salters, who's standing by with K9. Lisa.
Thanks, Joe. Cornelius, you have been the underdog your entire career throughout your run on The Contender. What does it mean for you to be the underdog again tonight in such a big fight?
I'm used to it, so it's nothing I ain't ready for, you know.
So you're comfortable in that role, but this guy that you're going up against, many people say, Joel Julio, is a legitimate potential world champion. What do you think defeating him would do for your career?
Oh, it'll enhance my career, because he's rated number 3 in the world by WBC, IBF, WBA. When I go out there and handle my business in the name of Jesus, I'll be all right.
But easier said than done. He's known as a power puncher. He's a lot taller than you are. He's a lot younger than you are. How do you exploit his weaknesses and avoid his strengths at the same time?
I'm a veteran. I've been down this road before, so, you know, just use my experience, and that should hold out.
And you took this fight on short notice, just 3 weeks. How has that affected your preparation for tonight?
Oh, it got to me mentally for a minute. It was mentally getting to me, but, you know, with God, all things are possible.
Now, you said mentally got to you. How? How did it get to you?
I was just, you know, like, 3 weeks, you know, he's been training for a fight. It was mentally messing with me. I was like, well, am I going to have enough time? But, you know, like I said, with God, all things are possible. I got enough time.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time, and good luck tonight. All right. Teddy, Joe, back to you guys.
Thanks, Lisa. We are here at Hollywood and Highlands Center Central Court for a special Wednesday night fight. We'll have much more when we come back to ESPY Night in Hollywood.
For each of us, there's a moment of discovery. We see that all of life is elemental. And as we marvel at element bonding with element, we soon realize that when you add the human element to the equation, the chemistry changes. We find a way of seeing that gives us a way of touching issues, ambitions, lives. The human element. Nothing is more fundamental, nothing more elemental.
So, say you're watching Pirates of the Caribbean. Did somebody say calamari? The closest would be...
Did you see our phone bill this morning? What a ripoff.
For what?
Something just dawned on me. Cable phone service has new technology and can cost you way less than you're paying now.
That's nice to know. I'm good on water.
Where will you be when it dawns on you? Cable is revolutionizing phone service just like it did with TV and internet. Cable phone. Clearly a better choice.
We'd like to invite you to spend your summer vacation at Silver Springs Campground and Cottages, where you can enjoy our quiet family atmosphere. We offer 135 full-service campsites and 11 newly rebuilt cottages. Silver Springs is a great location for families, groups, reunions, or coastal Maine weddings. Access is easy just off I-95, and we're close to all the Southern Maine attractions. The owner is always in the store to help you enjoy your Southern Maine vacation.
One morning you wake up and there it is, gray hair. And you wonder, will people see me for who I really am? How do you break out of that?
Just for Men stops gray from hiding who you are. Easy, with 5-minute Target Gray technology.
Today's a whole new ball game. And then you wonder, why did I ever put up with gray hair?
Let the real you come through. Stay in the game with Just for Men.
This painting season, you've got a lot of stuff to paint, but not a lot of time. The Wagner Power Painter with the innovative Lock and Go cartridges lets you go from staining to painting in a snap. Wagner, paint fast, paint smart.
Want to see something cool? Motel6.com is the easiest place to book a great room online. See, when you start in the right spot, everything else just kind of falls into place. We'll leave the light on for you.
ESPN Wednesday Night Fights, presented by the new Just for Men hair color, knocks out the gray better than ever. And in part by the Dow Chemical Company, finding the bond between chemistry and humanity. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world. Wednesday Night Fights at the ESPYs. Sports Awards of the Year passed out next door. We're working our way to a main event that could be award-winning between Joel Julio and K9 Cornelius Bundrich. Joe Tessitore and Teddy Atlas with you. Of course, the ESPYs such a big deal here in LA. They shut off Hollywood Boulevard, and when you shut down Hollywood Boulevard and the traffic here in LA gets thicker and thicker, sometimes you have some struggles with doing live television, such is the case with the fact that the ambulance has not arrived here, so there's a slight delay to live boxing action here tonight. Have to have an ambulance to have a fight night.
You have to have an ambulance and you have to have a doctor, and of course we were in a situation like this once before in this state of California, some months back when they didn't have a doctor, and of course we had to wait for the good doctor to show up. Now we have to wait for the good ambulance to show up.
We understand that it is moments away, so we should have live fight action for you soon enough. We do have some breaking news from boxing took place this afternoon, reported on ESPN.com by Dan Raphael, and it's good news in the super middleweight division. That is the fact that they have come to an agreement between Joe Calzaghe and Mikkel Kessler to fight in Wales on November 3rd to unify those three super middleweight titles. Teddy, if this isn't a fight that fight fans can get excited about, there isn't a fight. These two are in the primes of their careers, and everybody has been anticipating it.
Yeah, this is the fight that you'd want to see. I mean, in that weight division, from what you've seen from these fighters, especially lately, Calzaghe, of course, has been around a long time, but lately he's been more in the United States minds with his wins recently. So this is a fight that you really can be excited about, and it can clear the way for other fights to be excited about.
Well, we have a super middleweight coming up on Friday Night Fights this week, Alan Green. So let's look at the rankings according to Ring Magazine at 168 pounds. Alan Green, you'll see him on Friday Night Fights this week. He's number 8 in the world, but there it is, right at the top. And this is what the sport needs. The top fighters fighting each other. We get that in the case of Calzaghe and Kessler, two guys in their primes. Two guys who are past their primes, but are still stirring up emotion and are going to fight come September are Ricardo Mayorga and Fernando Vargas. And right here in LA, the swarming media and all the stores in town for the ESPYs, so they held a press conference today. And Teddy, things went south really quick between these two. And Mayorga, you can see, he always stirs it up, and he took a swipe at Vargas. Vargas came back and threw two right hands right to the head of Mayorga. Bad blood starting early. Hey, these two guys have been involved in some very fiery and feisty promotions in their careers. You put them together, this is exactly what you're going to get.
Well, two hot-tempered guys, two volatile guys, no doubt about that, two rough and tumble guys, and they want you to know it. But I didn't think I'd be doing color commentary on a press conference, but just for a moment, in all fairness, Vargas looked like he took the first swipe at Mayorga. It looked like Mayorga verbally was taking a swipe.
Oh, he took a big verbal swipe
through his translator. Yeah, he was taking a swipe. Yeah. But it looked like the first punch thrown, at least from my eyes, was from Vargas. But of course, both guys are the kind of guys that are in the, not only are they volatile and they're emotional, but they're at the point in their career where this is very important to them. So any edge they can get, and they don't want a guy who's kind of a volatile guy like them, an emotional guy, a guy who likes to try to, push the envelope with intimidation. They don't want that guy to get the edge. So I think they both were kind of crowding the door, waiting to see if the other one would try to get that edge, and they were ready to react and make sure that there was nobody getting out of that gate before the other.
So we have fireworks among the junior middleweights and the super middleweights. We told you they are ready to go at it. But the heavyweight division continues to linger with fights that are just not grabbing the public's attention, as Vladimir Klitschko, undoubtedly the best heavyweight in the world, went out once again and had a glorified sparring session this weekend against Layman Brewster, Teddy.
Yeah, look, quite honestly, I don't want to knock any fighter who walks outside that dressing room and that long walk up into those steps into the squared circle. That's a difficult, special thing to be able to do. It takes a lot of courage. But it didn't look like Brewster at the beginning, at the middle part, or at the end was emotionally, mentally, and maybe not even physically, but mostly mentally and emotionally, and that's 75% of this game, ready to do the kind of combat that you need to be ready to do when you're on that level.
And why would anybody think that he would be? He was coming off a long layoff. He was coming off eye surgery, and now he's going up against the best heavyweight in the world. I mean, this fight, to me, this was exactly what you were going to get from the day it was signed on a piece of paper.
You know, this is the kind of situation, I don't want to overdo it, but the kind of situation where if you had a national commission, if you had more than these corrupt sanctioning organizations, I don't know what else to call them, maybe you say when a guy's been that inactive, maybe you say we can't justify that fight right now. If you're Brewster, you have to go get another fight. Maybe we cannot put our stamp of approval on that fight for the benefit of the sport and the benefit of the fans. Maybe you have some kind of standard, because, hey, you have those standards in other sports.
You know who I'd like to have the standards? Vladimir Klitschko. If I'm Vladimir Klitschko, I want to fight the very best. I don't feel that he's done that so far as we've reached the halfway point of 2007. Let's look at the ring rankings updated. And Vladimir Klitschko, obviously the champion situation vacant here with the mess that we've had in the heavyweight division recently. Sam Peters stands at number 2, looking for a fight against Oleg Maskayev coming up in the fall. There's some unification talk we're having among the lesser levels. Shagayev got himself the victory over Valuev, but this is an utterly a mess of ring rankings. I mean, Chris Arreola is a prospect that's been coming up on our air a bit, but Chris Arreola is a guy that if he's coming in at number 10, and that's the future of the heavyweight division, oh boy.
Don't buy stock. I mean, you know, don't go out there and buy a lot of stock in the heavyweight division in boxing right now. I mean, you like to buy low and sell high?
Yeah.
Well, you can buy very low now, but I don't know if you're ever going to get a chance to sell high.
I agree with you, Teddy. We are going to come back and get you to live fight action here on Wednesday Night Fights. The red carpet, boy, that was the place to be. Strutting their stuff for the ESPYs. Wednesday Night Fights continues after this.
Pardon. Excuse me. Sorry. How you doing? Oh, this? Chicken grilled taquitos. All white meat chicken. They're great on the go.
Runners to your mark. Set.
Did you guys run much?
Whoa, what was that?
Taco Bell's new chicken grilled taquitos. Marinated grilled all white meat chicken, melted cheese, hand rolled and grilled to go with your choice of dip. For grilled all white meat chicken on the go, think outside the bun.
Verizon Wireless feats of unlimitedness. Not long ago, Steve Jordan was unhip and unwanted. Determined to become more with it, he started watching videos on VCast. Many videos. Now he's got new khakis.
Hey. Hi.
And a brand new attitude. Because Steve has the new Verizon Wireless Premium plan. It's unlimited messaging, navigating, access to videos, and more. All from the network in one great plan for a great price. Now get the all-new chocolate for just
here, and no leading synthetic oil delivers more power than Q horsepower, which is why it's recommended by Ferrari for every oil change. New Q horsepower. Unleash all your horses.
Make a smooth approach. Make smooth contact with Electric Shave Pre-Shave Lotion. Stands up whiskers for up to a 52% closer shave. Electric Shave. Blade close, electric smooth.
It's all in the spray. New Bullfrog Marathon Mist Continuous Spray. Up to 8 hours of powerful waterproof sun protection that goes on faster and lighter than ever. Ultimate strength meets ultimate speed.
Bullfrog!
New Bullfrog Marathon Mist.
Wouldn't you know it? One moment we're on the road to romance, when suddenly it gets interrupted. That's why for guys like me with ED, there's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. The fact that Cialis can work fast is great, but having up to 36 hours gives me the option of being ready once the moment is finally right.
Tell your doctor about your medical conditions and all medications and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience priapism, an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Why ask your doctor about Cialis? Because even after an interruption, you can still be ready.
When the moment is right, you can be ready with Cialis.
Southern California boxing scene always offers up some good young prospects to keep your eye on. We're hoping we can unearth one of those gems today here at our SB version of Wednesday Night Fights. 21-year-old Daniel O'Malley, 3-0. He's going to try to stay unbeaten against 18-year-old Ronald Hurley. 4 rounds of junior lightweights.
Here at Hollywood and Highland Center for a world-class.
Ronald Hurley started his pro career this past January. He opened up with a loss. He is coming off an April draw after having a rematch for a win against that first opponent, 5'10", 130 pounds. There's Daniel O'Malley, Mexican who's been fighting here in California. 3-0, all 4-round decision wins, 5'6". He gives up 4 inches in height to Ronald Hurley. O'Malley, Teddy, is coming off of a win on March 29th. You know, it's interesting with O'Malley. I like the way he started his career. He turns pro on February 1st, 2007. Then he fights on the 17th. Then he fights March 29th. But now he's had the gap and is fighting here in July. But I like that in a young pro when they just go out of the gate and they take fight after fight after fight as quickly as they can get him to gain that experience. Now a little bit of a break for O'Malley, and he comes back here and gets some TV time.
Yeah, I agree. I talk about that all the time. This is his 4th fight since turning pro 3.5 months ago. That's the way to do it. Do it if you were trying to become good at anything. You were trying to become a better surgeon. You'd want to do more operations. You get calmer and you get used to that situation. You want to be a good fighter. Get in that ring when you're young as often as possible.
And on the other side is Ronald Hurley from San Jacinto, California, who turned pro on January 1st, lost a 4-rounder to Oscar Marin, and then came back and beat Marin on February 14th. They are scheduled for 4, and Jack Reese is the referee.
I gave you instructions in the dressing room. I just want to remind you to listen and obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. This is a little high right here, so I'm going to let him work in there. All right, mouthpiece. Got it? Mouthpiece. Touch him up, and good luck, fellas.
Beautiful evening here at the Central Courtyard at Hollywood and Highland Center, attached to the Kodak Theater. This is our
Dean, I need a doctor sitting
SB Wednesday night fight party here, and we will be visiting with Hollywood celebs and sports celebs all night long as we work our way towards a very, very good main event between K9 Cornelius Bundridge from Contender fame against Joel Julio, the power-punching red-hot prospect in the sport. Round 1 scheduled for 4. Ronald Hurley is in the black trunks. Daniel O'Malley is in the white.
We talked about how active O'Malley has been since he turned pro. Hurley has been active since turning pro. 4th fight in 6 months. So he's not letting grass grow under his feet either, but he's at a little disadvantage here. Took the fight on 4 days' notice, and his weight is consistent with that. Actually, I shouldn't say that. His weight would actually tell you you don't have to worry about him having taken the fight on quick notice, because he came in here 1 pound less than his last fight 2.5 months ago. O'Malley is 3 pounds more than his last fight.
Good action against the ropes as O'Malley is just swinging away, and Hurley decides to meet him punch for punch. Both men throwing wide looping shots and occasionally slipping in tough, hard, accurate uppercuts. Good action to open up this Wednesday night fights.
Well, part of that action early on when you saw them inside is that Hurley was not using his height. And right there, he allows the shorter man to walk right into his kitchen.
O'Malley right on the inside. There's a good right hand to the body, and now goes upstairs with a 3-punch combination.
Stop. Don't push him and then hit him, okay? Box.
Jack Reese with the warning.
And Jack Reese, maybe one of the unheralded referees in the country. I think one of the top men at what he does.
can already see some swelling around the right eye of Ronald Hurley. An abrasion just underneath and to the side as Lomeli continues to press the action to the inside, and Hurley is firing back.
Well, I think the most important thing that you're seeing here is Lomeli, the shorter man, being allowed to get inside with the taller man. The taller man not performing tall. And there's a reason why Lomeli is dedicated downstairs to that body. Because when you're a tall, wiry guy like Hurley, well, there's a lot of body to hit, and there's a lot of lean body to find.
Good action here for an opening round of a 4-rounder between two young fighters. Hurley just 18, Lomeli in the white trunks, who's thrown over 90 punches in the first 2.5 minutes in the white trunks, and they're just going at it here. Look at these punch numbers as Lomeli is now over 100 and scores the knockdown.
And the wiry body of Hurley gives in.
8, 9, 10. You okay? Walk to me.
No 3 knockdown rule, no standing 8 with the California rules.
So I think the most significant thing is not just the amount of punches that Lomeli has thrown, but where he's thrown them, the geography. He's been allowed to get inside with the tall guy.
Great round.
Stop.
One day you find it's not business as usual. Your hair is gray, and you wonder, will people still see me as a valuable player? Is my career going down? How do you stop that?
Just for Men stops gray from hiding who you are. Easy, with 5-minute target gray technology.
Now doors are opening, and you wonder, why did I ever put up with gray hair?
Let the real you come through. Stay in the game with Just for Men.
Smaller and lighter, with high-speed internet, a 2-megapixel camera, and email in over 130 countries. It has the intelligence you require, with the beauty you desire. The all-new BlackBerry Curve, only from AT&T, the world's leading provider of BlackBerry service. Singular's name is now AT&T.
You know, if the ocean bangs away at the shore too long, some of that shore is going to disappear. Lomeli banging and banging at the shore of Hurley, and Hurley disappears for a moment.
21-year-old Daniel Lomeli in the white trunks, 3-0 in that first round. He scored the knockdown. He threw 115 total punches, landing 45. To the body alone, he had 21 connects out of 44 thrown. Great opening round on Wednesday night fights here at our SB post party.
Now, at least for the moment, Hurley using those legs to get in the proper geography for him on the outside where he can use those long arms and that height.
Ronald Hurley in the black trunks, just 18 years old. It's also his 4th fight of his career, but he's won 1-1. Lomeli trying to get back to the inside, and now Hurley circling back out to range.
And as we said, Hurley taking this fight on short notice. Lomeli has an advantage in this fight. Not only that he's 3-0, Joe, but his debut was tough. He won a 4-round majority decision. He's already had the valuable experience of being in a close contested fight. So important to have some of those questions answered early in a young fighter's career.
Young Mexican native who has been fighting here in California and off to a good start. Always interesting to see the young fighters, the young prospects, when they get that first taste of the TV lights in a big setting like this, how they come out, and they came out guns blazing tonight.
Well, when you're tall and you stand against the rope and you don't use a jab, as Hurley just did a moment ago and did right there, you're inviting problems. Problems called Lomeli, the shorter man. Again, walking right into his wheelhouse.
He's landed 6 right-hand body shots. Now he pushes back and gets his opponent in trouble in the corner, firing off a series. Almost got caught in between punches that time. The body shots, look at the numbers for Lomeli. He's been placing that right hand there time and time again.
Well, the reason Lomeli pushed back a little bit, he didn't want to smother himself, but at the same time, he wanted to send a message, I think, to Hurley that I'm too physical for you. I'm manhandling you. He wanted to continue the breaking down of Lomeli.
Message received.
Well, I should say the breaking down of Hurley.
Back to the inside he goes. That time went with the left uppercut and then back upstairs with the hook. Underneath again. They exchange. Good looking stuff. Hurley and Lamelli coming to the end of an action-packed second round.
Rally started as an itch I had to scratch. I had no idea it was this contagious. Under My Skin, by me, Travis Pastrana.
X Games 13, August 2nd through the 5th, live on ESPN and ABC.
Get more energy at mbzip.com.
Classic looking setting here. Hollywood and Highland Center Central Court. The post-ESPY party is Wednesday Night Fights. And come this weekend, you can check out the ESPYs the day after you watch the NASCAR Busch Series at Chicago. That is Saturday at 2:30 Eastern on ABC. Round number 3, Ronald Hurley, just 18 years old. He's in the black trunks. He went down in the first round against the undefeated 21-year-old Mexican native Daniel Lamelli in the white trunks, who has jumped out to a 73-44 total connect advantage. And in terms of the body work, well, that's where he's gone on the target. And you can see he landed 15 body punches in that second round after landing 21 in the first.
If you're Hurley, you don't want Lamelli going to your body for one reason. That means he's in close. And when you're the taller man, you don't want somebody in close. This fight pretty simple. The shorter man is where he wants to be, and the taller man is not where he wants to be. Those long arms are so great, the long arms of the man in black, if you have distance to use them. But when you're in close, very hard.